All right, great. I'm just trying to find my spot where I can talk to you and talk to folks here in the room. But for folks here in the room, let's go ahead and get started. It's good to see you again. We've come full circle. It's been about 6 months that we've been working together. We started here in November, and we're back. Um, We've been working together so closely that Jeff and I are even dressing alike today. So I don't know if you noticed that. And pretty soon, like tomorrow, Sophia's going to have her pink and khaki on too. It's probably time that we take a break. But we'll talk about all that. But we're really excited you're here for the day. But to get us started, we're really fortunate to have Jesse Beers here with the CT Clusi tribe to give us an opening and a welcome. So Jesse, I'll hand it to you.
I'm kind of fitting the bill. I got a maroon sweatshirt on, and I should have wore some tan khakis, I guess. Um, Jesse Beersini, Shaisluan Kwalkwalkwichinhi, Shaisluan Tla'ai. Greetings, everyone. I'm a Sayusla person from Sayusla territory. It's my honor and pleasure to be here to welcome you all to Shaisluan Tla'ai, to the Sayusla territory. Our chief, our current chief, Doug Barrett, is unavailable today, so I was asked to come and do a short welcoming to our lands and an invocation for start you off in a good way, as we say, with a good heart, to work forward together to communicate about our ocean people and our wind and all the resources here on the coast, or relatives, as we call them. So I have this photo up here, and hopefully everybody on Zoom and everybody can see it. This photo is from one of our canoe journeys. This is us traveling up into the Washington area. I can't remember which stop this is because we do many stops. But the reason for this being is I'm welcoming you to our lands, and in our traditions, when we're doing canoe journey, we're a water people, and we do canoe journey when we're traveling on the waters. We bless the waters as we go. We have eagle feathers off of our canoes. And when we go to other people's lands, such as this in the picture, it's seen as being disrespectful to allow our canoe to first touch their land without first asking permission to come ashore. And so, that's kind of way we look at like wind energy, consultation, and different things like that. We expect those folks to ask permission before coming onto our shores, right? And so in this, we stop short, we'll do a big circle. We'll do a big circle out there in the water. We'll make ourselves visible, whether we do that by song, whether we do that by holding our paddles up, making ourselves more visible. And then we'll come in straight to their port wherever there's people that are there to represent the tribe, the nation. And we'll come in and we'll put our paddles up, and that's showing them that we're coming in a good way, our blades up. We're not trying to be sneaky and get up on their land, right? We're putting our paddles up, being visible again, showing that we're coming in a good way. And they'll send a head person down, whether that be a tribal council member, a chief, a respected elder. Sometimes it's even a youth, if they have that kind of a status within the community or being pushed to become leaders or speakers. They'll be pushed up there to accept canoes. And then we'll introduce ourselves, where we're from, kind of like I did earlier. I'm Sayusla person from Sayusla territory. We've traveled many miles with our intertribal group. This is Lottie. We'll introduce our canoe and everything, ask permission to come ashore, thank them for allowing us to travel upon their waters, and we'll ask, in that acceptance of us coming ashore, we'll be granted hopefully a good place to stay, a good place to sleep, possibly some food. And we'll also share songs and dance and stories and those kind of things with those people. So it's a cultural exchange as well. We also bring a lot of gifts with us in necklace forms and different forms, baskets, whatever we got. And we'll gift the head people of those communities to make payment. And same way when we leave, we have to ask permission to leave also, to get on their waters and to leave their lands and shores. And so that's part of our protocol. So I just wanted to bring that up in this. so that you can see that process a little bit, even though it's just one photo. But we do travel our waters out here on both Ixatus, which is the Siuslaw and Lorumqua rivers, and then Kukwis, which is the Coos River. So we do travel our rivers quite often out in the bay. We go out in Sunset Bay. We do our cold water training. So if you see us out there, make sure you say hello. Down there, you'd say Dai. Up here, you'll say Nishinach. Or if it's a group of us, you'll say Nasachi. You'll remember all that, right? So before, I just wanted to bring that up, and then for a welcoming and an invocation, I'll do that now. So, and you can stand if you choose to. You can take your hand off. Hand off. Wow, that'd be a talent. Take your hat off if you choose to as well. But if you don't, that's okay too. Hey, mahana, hey, hey, mahana, hey, manahana, hey. Isaiah Slipma, Creator, thank you for this day. Thank you for this wonderful weather that we're all experiencing. I pray for these people to be able to enjoy it some today. Creator, thank you for the safe travels for everybody getting here today. May their hearts, minds, spirits be clean and good to accept communication from each other with a good heart, Creator. He's Hayat with a good heart, Creator. Thank you for everything that you give to us. I want to thank everybody that comes here today. I want to thank the people that created the food. I want to thank the animals and plants that gave their lives to sustain us through this day, Creator. I want to pray for safe travels as the people leave and travel home, Creator. I want to pray for all the people suffering today, Creator. I want to give clean hearts to those people so that they can travel with strength throughout their day as much as possible. I want to apologize for everything I don't know and thank you for everything I do know, Creator. Hey.
Jesse, thank you so much. Just also for your and your family. The spicy ones this time. So good, good. Well, as always, thank you so much for having us here. And I think the story of kind of coming in paddles up is a really good one, right? That we've worked really hard as part of this group process to be transparent, to meet each other where we are, sharing the gifts of our knowledge back and forth. And so I also just want to say thank you to all of you who've given so much to this process and this effort, not just in the last 6 months, but over years, and also what we anticipate will continue to be a long time of interacting together. So thank you very much, Jesse. And you're welcome to stay and come and go as much as you'd like. And getting ready for summer solstice. Thank you for all your work. I'm sorry. You're all good. For folks online, Jesse was saying thank you, and it's summer solstice time, so it's very busy. So thank you. So in terms of agenda overview for today, just on the theme of we've come a long way together, you have a very thick packet online and in front of you. So one of the things that's in that packet, it's the same discussion concept that we talked about in May, and you all gave us a lot of feedback. This is great. When Jeff and Sophia and I started putting this together, we thought, oh, folks are going to comment on the same kinds of things or the same parts of the document. Nope. Lots of different pieces of really good feedback. So that's one question we'll be asking you today, is going through some of that feedback. What are some of the key themes? Jeff has extracted some of those key themes and questions, so don't worry about not having read it in advance, although I'm sure you all have read it in advance. But this is also a check because at the May meeting, you wanted transparency around comments. It's like who's saying what and what's the response? This is our response, is kind of putting some of that together. So we'll go through that. Then we're really lucky to have kind of a deep dive into workforce and jobs. And we have Nate and Scott and Kyle, and then also Tanner will be joining us from Cal Poly Humboldt to talk about kind of the nature of apprenticeships, the nature of jobs and offshore wind. And we'll have a conversation there. We'll take a lunch break. And then one of the other things that the roundtable asked for is kind of going into a deep dive around the permitting processes. It's like, what's the alphabet soup of federal and state agencies that touch or would touch any offshore wind development project? And so Jeff has put some pieces together to walk us through there. And then we'll give updates on kind of what community engagement's been going on just in the last month, just last night. And then Sophia's going to close us out with a conversation on what to expect over the summer. And as we take kind of a 2-month break as a roundtable, yes, you should go enjoy summer with your families. And that engagement and that connection needs to stay really strong. So when we pick back up in summer, we haven't all gone back into our own camps and our own places and completely forgotten the last 6 months of really hard work together, right? We want to be able to pick right up where we left off. Any questions about the agenda? Changes? Adjustments? How are we doing online? Any questions about the agenda changes? Thanks, Julie. Okay. And so in terms of, as we're sharing the screen, you're not gonna be able to see everybody online. Um, but how many folks do we have about online, Andy?
With staff, we have about 20 people.
Right. Yeah. And so with the settings, and we can adjust some of the settings. There's always a balance of making sure we can see all 20 people, and actually see the slides as well. And then also for folks in the room, folks online can't hear you unless you're mic'd. So you'll have to wait for me to get you a mic.
I can be quick, and this is a little bit less about the agenda. I just wanted to remind folks that there is a hearing on HB 3963 at 1 o'clock in the Senate Rules Committee. So I think a few folks might have to step out for that, but I just that is something that is concurrently happening today. Oh, sorry, that's the bill that grants this process an extension to the end of next year. So it's really important to us. So if you see some folks stepping out around 1 o'clock, I think it'll probably go rather quickly. It's at the top of the agenda, but I just wanted to make people aware that it's already made it through the House, and this is the Senate side, and hopefully it moves smoothly.
You want the whole room?
No, people have to sign up in advance, so that's not going to happen.
So Ramphis was just mentioning it's not too late to register if you do want to testify, but it seems like we've got a pretty good smattering of folks testifying for the bill. That 1 o'clock is during our lunch break, so we will be on break. So we're going to take lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. There you go. It's almost like we planned it. So Jeff, I think that's it for opening pieces. Any opening pieces you have before we kind of hand it to you to go into the discussion draft?
No, I think we're ready to just dive in. We've got some long stretches of time to talk about specific topics, and I hope that gives us a chance to really unfold the conversation. And I'm hoping for a lot of participation from people today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So just as a reminder of kind of ground rules, you'll see us focusing engagement and conversation quite a bit with Roundtable members, both here in the room and online. For folks from the public, we're really happy you're here. And we'll have 2 public comment periods. And so feel free to just kind of take those notes, and we'll check in with you. Also online, we're down a kind of a few staff in terms of monitoring things. And so for chat, Andy and Cynthia will help us monitor chat. Just shout out if there's something we need to pay attention to and we're not being mindful enough of what's going on online. All right, Jeff, take us away. And then the material Jeff is going to be looking at for the room is the thick kind of 129-page discussion concept. And for folks online, that's on the DLCD website and was emailed out as the meeting materials in advance of the meeting. Jeff.
All right. Thank you. That was what I was going to say first. As preparing for this conversation, I tried to extract just the comments from the document. What you'll notice if you've gone through that already is that at the top of each section, there's a blue box that pulls out and summarizes some of the substantive conceptual comments that people were making, either in the last roundtable meeting in May or people's submissions to us in writing after that May meeting. There were also some red line changes that you would see in the document. Some of them are like important word changes, but that maybe are not like conceptual areas of discussion per se. When I extracted all of these to take a look at just the comments together, it totaled up 40 pages all by itself. We're not going to have time to talk about 40 pages worth of individual comments today. So what I'm hoping for, if you as members today have either a comment that you made that you have a lot of energy behind that you want to talk about here today, or if you on going through the packet found a comment from somebody else that really got you thinking or that you think is really worth a discussion among this group, please keep that in your mind. And we will have a chance for kind of everyone's greatest hits as the time allows. What I have to bring today are some of my observations from going through the comments and trying to keep it high level so that we can have some discussions about kind of what is the purpose of this roadmap? What is the structure? There were a lot of comments around the alternatives and different ways that we're thinking about the future and how that might affect the roadmap. There were some discussions about what is a goal of the roadmap versus what are principles. There were discussions around the pathway and the dilemmas that are inherent in that pathway that I think are worthy of coming back to again. We also have some new diagrams after working with our graphic designer and taking the feedback from May that we'd like to show you. When we get into section 5 of the document, which is the individual objectives, actions, that's where the diversity of comment really showed. I mean, it just bloomed every which direction. So I'm not sure how deeply to get into those today. And that's where if you have an action that you saw, hey, we really need to talk about this one, let's make sure to bring that up. But I think my plan over the summer is to really chase down and try to flesh out and build on those comments that were made in section 5 through the summer so that we can talk about that in the fall of how I responded to those comments. For today, I think we're probably best suited to be talking about some of those higher level things about purpose of the roadmap, the structure, the alternatives. So just to let you know kind of where we're at. Some high-level discussion questions that we could talk about here. We had a few different comments talking about the original intent of House Bill 4080 and looking in the roadmap draft, asking the question, should our purpose be as a roadmap to be facilitating the development of offshore wind? In other words, identifying those pieces of the path that the state should pursue to enable it the right way? Or is this more of an exploration of options that might not include offshore wind? And one of the comments was, well, if you don't have offshore wind, do you need a roadmap? And so I think that that's worth grappling with a little bit here. People had some different, kind of related to that. What is the problem statement of the roadmap now? When House Bill 4080 passed last year, it looked a lot different. The federal direction has changed. We have some new information priorities. Are we prioritizing development of clean energy in Oregon in line with the energy strategy that's being developed by Department of Energy? Are there other things we want to lean into, such as economic opportunity and jobs, energy resiliency? And is the roadmap providing sufficient focus on that? And again, it relates to, we use this word goal in section 2, and we had goals and we had principles, and there was, I think, some reasonable confusion as to what is the difference between those. And so I think it's worth talking a little bit about what is the goal of our roadmap and what should the goal of the state be in relation to this roadmap? Where are we trying to go? There's some questions as well about what is the role of the shore side piece of this? And when we get into talking about which alternative futures we should carry forward into the next draft of the roadmap, there's an open question about whether there should be, path 1A and path 1B. And path 1A says we need to develop the port capacity and infrastructure to be able to service our own offshore wind if we're going to have our own offshore wind presence. And path 1B might be, what kind of offshore wind can we have with essentially with the Coos Bay we've got, that wouldn't involve modification of the navigation channel or major development to have those large staging and integration facilities, and trying to figure out, are those equally viable paths with trade-offs that we should be considering in the roadmap? There were some comments about just the architecture of the document itself that we'll get into a little bit. The order of things, where should the alternative futures go if we retain them, and should they go earlier? Should they go later? How are we framing them? And there were some recommendations about just some wholesale change of how we organize our objectives. Should we move away from the House Bill 4080, 7 topics, or should we, reorient the document itself? And then finally, these high level things, coming back to this idea of exit ramps, which is this term that we've been talking about since before the beginning. How are we thinking about this concept now? And it'll relate somewhat to the regulatory process discussion that we're having later this afternoon, as well as when we look at the new diagrams, we're starting to shift our thinking about as opposed to waypoints on a path, thinking about it in terms of, streams and gates, and how does that relate to exits and alternatives? So lots of big high level stuff, and I'm not sure how to really dig into these. But we could just start with the first one, or Bobby, I'm looking for.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm wondering also if you could kind of orient us a little bit on what happens next. So you had this discussion concept, we got all these comments. There's some of the comments where, will I have a chance to look again at section 4? Or, hey, when this is a little more fleshed out, what does that look like? So can you walk us through kind of what some of the next steps are, and that might help calibrate feedback for today?
Great. Yeah, thank you. So we have just this bushel of comments, And my plan is to take the summer and cloister myself away and take the original and a proto draft of the roadmap and incorporate these comments, as well as fleshing out some of the areas that were pretty skeletal in the May draft. So what I'm going to be doing is working to resolve and incorporate these comments. And my intent would be that coming back in September is just kind of the date I'm throwing out there when we bring this group back together. You would see a new version of the roadmap that is significantly more fleshed out, that I'm hoping is responsive to the comments received in a satisfactory way. And we've also talked about having a comment response matrix that takes the comments that have been received from May to now and showing you, describing how they were dispositioned in the document that you see in September. I think for purposes of today, I'm trying to elevate some of those comments and questions that were made that are more conceptual in nature, that maybe I could use some better direction on where to take it over the summer.
Yeah, thanks. And you said cloistered away, but you're actually going to be doing a ton of engagement as well, right? So there's cloistered away from us as a round table. But I think if there are kind of substantive issues or other things, like those lines of communication stay open all summer long. But but we do need to give Jeff time to turn this discussion plus comments into a draft roadmap.
Yeah,
right.
My body double is brewing in a tank right now, and we'll be doing the writing while I do the engagement.
Yeah. So just before we kind of go into some of the conversation, any questions on any of that? Any surprises on some of the high level questions that Jeff raised? Is that kind of the pattern that you all saw in the comments, or as you were reading? Is there anything we're not reflecting as like, oh, these are the kind of the core areas where we have pretty different ideas in the room? Yeah, Mike, and then also we can go to folks online too. If you just want to do the raise hand function online, and then that way we know how to find you. And I can also, it's a good test to see if Zoom will cue you to the front.
I will publicly profess my ignorance, but one of the notable commenters that have been identified is American Clean Power. And I don't know if they're represented, if an individual of American Clean Power is represented on our roadmap group, or if those comments came just from an open solicitation and were just received as part of this process.
Thank you, Mike, for the question. We received that in our DLCD email inbox, and they were detailed enough and substantive enough that we thought it was important for you all to see them.
But there's no individual,
Correct. There is not a member of American Clean Power on our roundtable.
Yeah. That's correct. And there's a number of public comments reflected in here. So we did get a couple of individual comments as well. Yeah. And for folks both who are commented or not, generally the public members that we got comments from are way clued in. Right. So they're watching recordings, they're looking at summaries or other things like that. That's one of the things that I noticed as I was looking at our public comments. Ranfis, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I might be misspeaking. I believe Nicole RNW might be an ACP affiliate, but I can verify. But in terms of just the substance of here, I just want to know, we have some folks in the room who've been really busy with the legislative session. So just note that I think there just might be some more substantive feedback post session into July. So just if you can extend some grace for folks who've been immersed in session just to get immersed in this document. So just want to note that. And then in terms of just some of the questions you have here, again, it seems like worth the discussion. Find time today. I don't want to get too deep now, but yeah, again, I look forward to that conversation.
Yeah, here in just a little bit, as soon as we get some of the clarifications, we're going to kind of open up some of these bigger questions. And then I think in terms of timelines, Jeff, there's that fine line of if we extend the kind of period where folks are commenting on this document, pretty soon you will have moved on to your next version, and it's not really worth digging too deep in on this. So do you have a sense of when that might be? Because session will end at the end of June. So mid-July. If you can give us a updated timeline on that.
Yeah, thank you. If I had my druthers, yeah, mid-July would give me more time to balance the comments that we've already received with new comments coming in. At the same time, when we get into section 5 and some of those specific objective areas, there may be areas that are of a specific interest or where there's a specific expertise that could be really helpful to get more ideas of how to bring forward actions and policies into that section. But also, September is not the end. September is a new beginning where it's going to be, here's what I could make of the comments that we received and bringing it back to you all to say, did we get it right? Did I miss something along the way? Did I not respond to something? Are there new debates? And so the idea would be from September until I'll say February-ish, that's an opportunity for us to all be focusing on one document together, to really do that deep work. We've done so much table setting to get to a document that we can all comment on together. And as I showed in May, it's that increasing resolution, that iterative process. So there will be more opportunities to keep talking about all of this.
I think you answered my question, but just to clarify, there will be another draft available for roadmap members to comment before we start meeting again in September. Or do we do, as has been suggested, and give additional comments on this draft?
If you have additional comments on this draft where you feel like there were things left unsaid, please let me know. I have an open email box. It makes it more complicated for me, but it's not unwelcome. And then as far as a draft before September, I would aim whatever September date we choose to come back together. I would try to give you at least 2 weeks to sit with a document. I know that's a lot to try to read in a short amount of time. I'm just trying to balance my own timeline of how can I give you something satisfying.
Yeah. And I think and Julie, I see you online in just a second, but the kinds of feedback that's more architectural. So this idea of goals and principles and what order things are and what the intent is, like getting that stuff really soon is important because that starts everything, starts flowing and tinkling down from that, right? If it's like a specific on objective, like 5.1, like I need you to do engagement on this, or I need these particular standards on protecting the environment, or I need these actions on regionalized markets. That stuff's easier to incorporate because it doesn't then affect every other section. So just a pitch to try and get you stuff sooner rather than later, Jeff. Julie?
Thank you. I just wanted to double check with you that about the House Bill 3963 that's going through today, requesting for more time. What's the likelihood of that going over? You said that it passed the first round of questioning, but does it look like it's something that we're going to get more time? I think you said to the end of next year, end of 2026.
Jeff, do you want me to see if someone who's testifying wants to answer that, or did you want to speak to likelihood?
Well, I can't speak to likelihood. I don't know how it will all shake out. It did pass through the House. Next, it's on to the Senate, which it is having that hearing today. And we're hopeful.
So Julie, hopeful.
I just wonder if anybody who's there who has a lobbyist, if we need to have lobbyists running around talking to people, or if it's already like a done deal, everybody's already made up their mind or that kind of thing. I just wanted to check like the emergency kind of situation. And when because you guys are walking around there talking to everybody, you know better than us that are not walking those halls, listening to people. So that's where the question's coming from.
I totally understand that concern. This is Julia with National Wildlife Federation. And I would say if you asked me that prior to the House hearing on the bill, I would have been begging you to walk through the building and start talking to folks. But it passed through the House with bipartisan support, which was frankly a surprise. And the fact that it's scheduled for a hearing today in House and Senate rules indicates that it's moving. I think that it's got some momentum going into that hearing. So I think, it's near the end of session and a lot of stuff gets challenging at end of session sometimes, but I think that we're in a pretty good place. But I think let's get through this hearing and see if it gets scheduled for a work session. And if that happens, then I think we're doing okay. But yeah, thank you for that question. I think that it looks pretty on track right now. And Ranfis is also raising his hand. So here you go.
Thank you.
And that is something, if folks wanted us as facilitators to help distribute updates, we could help you do that if you wanted.
I'll be brief. Not to contradict Julia, I definitely agree everything she laid out, but it never hurts to reach out to your representative and your senator. Yeah, I'll just say like probably most legislators should probably reach out to their coastal caucus colleagues just to see how they're feeling about the issue. So feel free to reach out and make sure, where your position is. If you're in support of this bill, always helpful. But again, I agree with Julia, just like given that it's scheduled, doesn't have a large, like a fiscal here, like I think it helps many ways to ensure this bill's likely on a good path.
So am I hearing the general message is we're hopeful? There's Senate testimony today. And if I remember right, on Senate testimony, you can submit written testimony up to 24 hours afterwards. So if you're interested in testifying, and you can just do that very quickly online, it can be just 3 sentences. It doesn't take much. So Ramphis, that's what I heard is like, hey, if folks feel compelled to testify for or against, you have up to 24 hours after today. So if you want to do that at lunch, cool. If you want to do it in the next 24 hours, also cool. If you don't want to do it, cool. All right. So Jeff, in terms of some of these high level discussion questions, did you have a particular order of slides, or do we want to try the alternative futures one first?
I do have some like a layer deeper on that one in a couple of slides. So maybe let's start with what is the roadmap question, and
Okay.
what's our goal, and then I think that alternative futures comes next.
Gotcha. So for today, I think this is just kind of a gut check. I don't think we don't need to craft a goal statement today, but there is a goals section, which then implies that there might be a goals statement, which there is not, because everyone hates writing goal statements. I mean, any rate, that's part of why the principles are there. So it's part of it is it's not necessarily clear exactly if there is a singular goal or how you would write an encompassing one, which then begs the question is like, hey, is the concept as it's written, is it in line with the original intent of House Bill 4080 as you all as Roundtable members remember it and or read it? So let's ask that question, like, how close is this discussion draft in terms of directionality towards the intent of 4080? Like, yeah, it's right over the plate, or nope, it's way off base, or well, 4080 got written in one context and we've moved 6 months beyond that context.
So I think it might be useful to take one step forward in the goal idea. If we understood more about the units that the industries who would build and maintain these are thinking in. So, for example, if the Coos Bay area is large enough with, the minimum amount that a private developer would be curious about it, then that might be the unit that we think in. And it might also help us in thinking about the minimum units, things about the future where for a lot of us, I think we envision if you let one farm in, then we're just going to be lined up in 4 layers and I'm not even going to be able to surf without running into a chain, right? So there's this extreme view of once the invasive species comes in, it takes over. So I think it would be useful to understand what the industry units are in and perhaps scale up when we talk about our paths in terms of those units, not have something. Does that make sense? Is that making sense to people?
Thank you, Jenny. It does actually. And when we get to the alternative futures, there was a recommendation from American Clean Power that the scenarios ought to start with 1 gigawatt, and then 3 is the middle, and then 5 to 7 is thinking big. We also have been toying with this idea of should we be pursuing a pilot project? And if so, well, how big is a pilot? Is a pilot 5 turbines, or is a pilot a gigawatt? Or is a pilot, let's delay and watch California? But to your point though, of what is the unit? When I was in a focus group session with some industry reps in February, I recall hearing that anything less than 1 gigawatt is not worth the risk. And so I have been anchored to that idea. And I think there's also maybe a flip side question to that, this question of, should the state be considering a cap of any kind of here's how much we're willing to entertain based on what we value and what we know so far? And do we have, is that something we can pursue? Is that something we're interested in pursuing? So yeah, thank you.
So for those what ifs, let's play with those what ifs a little bit. How's that tie into overall goal and such?
So maybe you know the answer to this. So shovel-ready projects, which is what all governments and grantees look for, are crazy, right? We have to plan the whole thing before we know anything. So just admitting that we're in that abstract space, do we have an idea of if a gig could come out of one of these sites, or what it would take both of them immediately? Or do we have a clue about how close what's presumably maybe leased could handle?
Yeah, Jeff, can I hand it over here?
I was just going to say, I mean, Bohm had sized both those for a gig originally. So both call areas, yeah, the Brookings call area was twice as big as the Coos call area because they knew there'd be some difficulty in anchoring a gig's worth of, but I mean, we're kind of getting right back to where we were.
Thanks, Kyle. And then Jeff, you said you had taken a run at kind of answering some of that at the public meeting last night in Coos Bay.
Yeah, and I'm showing it on the screen now. And I think I've showed this to this group before. Back when we were doing the review of the Boehm leasing, we were bringing forward a policy that we have in Oregon that under Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, energy facilities and their pieces need to stay 1,000 feet away from benthic environments, so rocky habitats, sponges, those kinds of things. And just as a staff exercise, so this is not official, this has not been vetted by industry, we started to play with that. And I took what I found in a design report of how turbine spacing might go, assuming about a mile between each turbine and that there could be shared moorings. And I found this in I think it was a European offshore wind anchor review. And I said, okay, well, let's take this and let's shrink it to scale with our GIS tools and see what happens if we map it onto the wind energy areas that Boehm identified, but also try to avoid areas that have those rocky habitats. And if you look, those little white circles are where rocky habitats were. So we overlaid this, and then I started counting red dots, and I didn't count ones that were near those white dots. And for the Coos Bay wind energy area, I counted somewhere between 40 or 50 turbine capacity. And if each one of those is 15 megawatts, that gets you to a maximum of 750 megawatts for that wind energy area, which, Kyle, you may have a better sense of this than me if it was sized for 1 gigawatt each. And then for Brookings, you're right, it's a larger area, but there's also a lot more happening on the seafloor. And so when you take that same restriction and try to apply it, you get a much more abstract array design. And again, someone who is more versed in this and more of an expert might design this totally differently. But the way I did it, we came out 60 to 65 turbines and yeah, close to a gigawatt. And so if you're thinking about a mile spacing, and if we were going to be doing marine spatial planning as a state, for example, 1 gigawatt is about 6 miles by 10 miles. That gets you to about that size with 15 megawatt turbines.
Yeah. So just in terms of then, if you ask that question of less than a gigawatt, 3 gigawatts, 5 to 7, it's, 1 Brookings call area, 2 Brookings call areas,
And
so,
I do see there are some hands raised.
yeah. Okay. I missed the order because they were gentle hand raises. So make sure okay, I'll go Ramfis and then to Angela. Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Not to put cold water on this idea, I'll just again say, our assumptions could change over time as technology changes and advances. So again, a project being built or designed and being built in say 2030 would look very different in where we are now as a project being built 2040. So just want to sort of note that it might be worth down the road. I think some of us have already suggested like might be worth having some of those like subject matter experts who are, whether it's NREL, whether it's folks like who are engineers or developers come and present on this. Like that's, again, I think there might be some additional assumptions that could help around some of this scenario planning. But in terms of just like the question, I think that definitely what's changed in terms of since the passage of HB 4080 is the context for the urgency to get a roadmap going, but I think the need again, which is folks feeling like a process was being done unto them, and what could the state intervention be to ensure, Oregonians, tribes felt like this was a process that felt like would fit within their structures. I think that's still true, and I think it's still valuable. Looking at 4080, there are still things being called out around like, hey, how would we do if offshore wind were to be built? How do we ensure it's local jobs, good quality jobs? How do we ensure that there's good grid reliability and resiliency for local communities? I think those things are still true and important. I think that's come up here so far in many of our conversations. Those are just 2 examples that in 4080. I think there are other many things within 4080 that are still important and valuable for us to work out. I think if it's worth updating what our problem statement is, that's probably worth an exercise. But I think there's enough components that we could say, hey, maybe the problem statement no longer is BOEM is now running this process. Maybe it's, hey, maybe there's something within 4080 or some of the things we've discussed so far in the roadmap that might be a new, more concrete problem statement, whether it's coastal grid resilience and reliability or climate resilience, economic development or job, like, whatever that problem statement could be updated might be worth that exercise if we could do that collectively. I'll just say, again, like, it's no longer BOEM is doing the unto us right now. It's shifted. So I think that's worth acknowledging.
Ramfis, how close is that discussion concept to what you just described? Yeah, how reflective is the current discussion concept that I think you said were important?
I think we're close. I mean, I'm interested to hear where other folks are at on that, but yeah.
Thank you. So if for folks didn't hear me, I was just asking Ramphis, like how close are we in to some of those pieces in 4080? And then this is also Angela, as I hand it to you, and then Dean, I see you next. Is should the roadmap be a living document? I mean, we could always come up with version 2 in another 2 years, but should it be more living than that?
Thank you. This is Angela Sondana with the Siletz Tribe. Could we go back to your map of the Brookings area? So I recognize this is just a napkin exercise or whatever you're calling it, but it really highlighted some things for me. And given the complexity of the ocean floor in that area and all that rocky habitat, this to me raises a lot of red flags. And I would question if this area is even suitable for wind energy development, given the complexity of the seafloor in the area and the potential impacts to ecology and fish rearing, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, our coasts are really poorly studied. And so we might think we have an idea of what this kind of development would do overlaid on these rocky habitats. We have no clue. Let's be clear about that. We just really don't know. And so this raises a lot of red flags for me. And, you know, someone else made these maps and said, oh, this is a good area for wind. Well, maybe it's not. And I think our roadmap needs to be sensitive enough to catch these sorts of things and raise those concerns and give us an off-ramp if necessary.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. And that's part of the marine spatial planning, subgroup had done that recommendation of trying to look at all of the different overlays and pieces and how they come together. And I think that group also was just wrestling with, it's not like the ocean isn't being used for all sorts of things already. So it's for fish, for whales, for everything. And so making room for energy within that, there are going to be trade-offs. And so having some of these conversations of, well, what would it look like to have a gigawatt of energy out there is helpful when you're trying to figure out how things mesh together. So let's go Dean and then Julie.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Great. So I know we don't want to get too far off track on the conversation around Jeff's exercise that he did on the rocky habitats, but I've got some questions on what he showed. You said, Jeff, that you ended up with like 60 to 65 turbines in the Brookings area after subtracting out those turbines that would have impacted the rocky habitats. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Dean, I'll be really transparent about it. It was just me counting and squinting my.
I totally get that. I'm curious about how many were subtracted out. In other words, how many did you start with, and then how many you ended up with? 60 to 65. Were you starting with what, 100, or how many?
Well, if you can see on the screen, I took that tile that is to scale, and I just started mapping it best I could, rotating it, doing whatever. And then you'll see there are still some where there's like a red dot on top of a white dot. And so I did the best I could to fit around what was there. Yeah. And then I just went through and used my own judgment to say, well, we're not going to put one right above a rocky habitat because, like, my mind was, well, what if it sinks? Where is it going to land? But then you also have to think about where the junctions are. And if that means that's where an anchor is, well, that's also probably an area that you may need to exclude. But I think it's worth discussing either among this group, in a spatial planning group, what level of interaction are we willing to have between a human use out there and these existing environments? And
do you remember how many you actually deducted?
Dean, could you repeat that? We didn't hear you.
I'm wondering if Jeff, if you remember how many turbines you deducted from the original layout.
And Jeff,
I don't. Yeah, there was never a proposed layout from any developer. This was me pretending I was a developer.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I wanted to get to, Dean, if it's okay. Like this roadmap is not doing marine spatial planning.
No,
Jeff
no,
Burr,
I get it. I just,
okay. Yeah.
let me have one follow-up question if you don't mind.
I'm going to interrupt
Why-
just Dean, just
Yeah.
give me 2 seconds. Yes, you can have a follow-up question in just a second, but like our goal, remember, for the roundtable is to say, hey, this is a key question. The state needs to get this answered. We don't need to come up with the design arrays. But go ahead, Dean.
So my follow-up question is, why were rocky habitats excluded? I mean, is that a BOEM thing, or is that an Oregon thing, or who is it that had determined, or is it determined that rocky habitats could not be impacted?
Yeah, thank you. Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which is an Oregon policy implementing Goal 19, has a policy in there that says in ISU units, so important, sensitive, or unique habitats, you need to stay away from certain types of seafloor habitats that includes rocky outcroppings, and I think we were also including sponges, hydrothermal vents. And when we were in discussions with BOEM last year, we mentioned that we had this policy, and we said, this policy doesn't apply at the leasing stage because Part 5 is not applicable yet because there's not a facility being proposed. But we wanted to give you a heads up that 5 years from now, if there's a lease, this is a policy that we have on the books that we believe, using our GLD, we would be able to apply to a project. And the response was, wow, that's going to have some impacts on these lease areas. And it's another one of those instances of the better we can be coordinating early on what Oregon policies might have an impact down the road, the better all the decision making is going to be on where you locate.
And there was oh, sorry, Dean.
No, thanks. That was it. That was a question I had. So that's great. Thanks for the answer.
And that answer was similar when you start looking at visual resources too. It's just how do you make room for all of this together, given the existing policy framework?
Yep.
Julie.
Thank you. I just wanted to say yes to your question to the group earlier where you said, should this document be a living document? I vote yes. I don't know about anybody else in the room or any of the other 9 tribes, but I'm guessing that that would be a favorable choice. And one other thing, I don't know if she wants to speak now or not, but I noticed that Jean Thurston Keller was on screen earlier. And she has been with BOEM for a very long time in the discussions that we've had, and they had a concrete number of turbines at one point mapped out for both the Coos Bay area and the Brookings area. I don't remember them by heart, but there was a set number and a great number of maps and grids and so forth. So I don't know if she wants to comment on that to give you a concrete number that could potentially be put in there. But I don't know how that what that status is in relationship to the new federal government that we have now.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Julie. So Scott, I see your hand, but Jeff, I'm just sensing on kind of where your map took us. That going into thinking through the alternative futures tension, I think is going to be an important conversation, just because there was a set of comments saying alternative futures shouldn't be in the roadmap. There should just be one direction. There was another set of comments saying no, alternative futures are really helpful. Another conversation where alternative futures are helpful and we need to be really clear on the implications of which future gets chosen. So I think we can make some progress there. Jeff, go ahead, and then I've got Scott and Ann wanting to chime in. And Rick, did you have your hand up earlier? Okay, so Rick and then Scott.
Okay. If I could just boil down what I see the tension in this what is the roadmap question, I keep thinking of one of the comments that was in the American Clean Power letter of like, boy, reading this roadmap, it sounds like Oregon doesn't want offshore wind because this roadmap is making it harder and highlighting all of the concerns rather than having a real focus on how do we make this like feasible. And so there was kind of a vibe concern of how is this roadmap presenting itself and how is it presenting, whether the path is really there or not and what that path looks like. And so I guess I'm looking for some like a vibe check. As you read the roadmap, do you feel like it's hostile to offshore wind, or do you feel like there's kind of a sober assessment of it's not an easy path, but there is a path? Does it seem like it's too high a bar? Or are we gonna say, if we put this out and it's public, is it going to make development scared away? I don't know.
Rick, were you going to speak to that, or can you speak to that if I give you the mic?
I mean, HB 4080 does say the roadmap shall develop standards that must support protection of cultural resources, treaty rights, and interests of Indian tribes, and the protection of the environment. If the state has existing standards, we need to understand those and how that could impact development. If there are studies that we need to implement so the state has what it needs to make those decisions and that the community and tribes understand its impacts, we need to know that up front. Moreover, if there are gaps in the state standards, we should identify what those are. I mean, I think that's very consistent with what the legislature said. And if that means that Oregon's not the right place, Oregon has a precious coast that has an environment that tribes, existing coastal communities, and others depend upon. That may be the decision, but this roadmap process is meant to figure out, can we do it? Under what circumstances and what information do we need? So it may look scary to a developer, and it might be something as technology develops and it may be more appealing in the future if it isn't tomorrow.
And I'm going to keep going around, but I think this is going to open up this conversation. Let's stick there. I'm wondering if there are ways that we can kind of remember I had talked about kind of this polarity thinking, that you can have two things at the same time, but you can't have them all at the same time, right? So this idea of, can we write with a tone that is kind of welcoming and supportive of offshore wind and unapologetic about the standards that need to be met? Like, can we find a tone and a positionality that does both? Something to think about. So Scott, and then Ann, and then Dean.
Thanks, Bobby. Well, my hand raise goes back to an earlier question about should there be some limits. And I just was going to remind people from years ago when OPAC worked on Territorial Sea Plan Part 5, which was renewable energy, and the focus was on in the Territorial Sea. There were limits. There was a percentage of the Territorial Sea that could be used for development. And it was a fairly small percentage. There was also a limitation on how much development could occur within, I believe it was 60 miles of any of the major ports, so that even if you had the maximum percentage allowable in state territorial sea waters, it couldn't be all congregated in close proximity to one port, because we felt like the values that we hold for Oregon and our fishing industry, with part of that, no one port should bear all the burden. And we didn't want to see the fishing industry, recreational and commercial both, have deleterious impact. So there was some limits that were geared very clearly to limit the amount of development that could happen, both totally in the off Oregon and specifically off individual areas. And with regard to the vibe, I don't think there was ever, my understanding was never, the roadmap was never meant to be, here's how we grease the skids to make this happen. It was simply to say, if it happens, this is the standards by which it should happen. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the comment I want to make might echo some of what was just said. I've been struggling with this concept of what the goal is, Jeff, especially having been to some of the community meetings or even some of the local government meetings, and just hearing what people are saying about their vision for the coast and what they want. And there's just many different and very oppositional goals. And so how do we get to the singular goal? It's just kind of vexing, and I'm sure it's something you struggle with. And so I think, what is in 4080, and also the larger question of what do we want to see for the future of our coast, has to be part of like what guides us, and could be kind of a little bit more of a North Star, because technology may change or going forward. So my own personal shorthand has been kind of like, okay, if this is coming, we got to make sure it doesn't wreck all the values we have. I know other people might see it as like, we got to make sure this is coming. How are we going to like make sure it's coming? Anyway, I think the fact that many people in this things that have been said in this room about, like what you've just said about making sure we articulate what's important, is we do have to be unapologetic about that, because what we have in Oregon is really special. And I think many people have voiced that through this process. So thank you.
Yeah, I think for the roadmap process, we spent a lot of time on that section 4 gaps and a lot of time on section 5 kind of objectives. I think what we found is we dropped section 2, super substantive, and we haven't digested that completely, and it's kind of put forth the different viewpoints quite a bit. So that's why we're wrestling with it. Dean, and then I've got Julia and Ashley.
Yeah, something I just thought of as we were having this discussion, and this may come off as extremely clever or extremely stupid. So I'll let you guys be the judge. But I'm wondering, I know we're calling this a roadmap and we've got exit ramps and all these different things associated with it. But I've been thinking of a little bit of a different metaphor. And the metaphor I've been thinking of is a highway. And I think what Oregon should be trying to do in working with BOEM on offshore wind, assuming things change at BOEM in the years ahead. And the reason I was an advocate of this marine spatial planning is to be able to get to this answer. But it's first identify the no development lane. So if you're planning a highway or a freeway, you go through a process and you figure out where to not build the highway. You don't want to go through a historic church, for example. You don't want to go through a grove of old growth redwoods. You want to avoid the resources that you really care about. And so you map those and you figure out where they are and you avoid them. So that's identifying the no development lane. And then you could identify a slow to moderate development lane, saying, yeah, we could have a road there, but it's not going to be a freeway. It's going to be more like a 2-lane windy road that is maybe a 30 or 40 mile speed limit, meaning there's going to be limits on how many turbines you can put there, which gets to Jeff's diagram, showing one example of that. And then the third one is the Autobahn lane, saying, well, yeah, here we believe this is a place where you could put a freeway and you can drive really fast. And I think that's what the wind industry is certainly looking for in terms of regulatory certainty, is to know where they could go and develop fairly quickly without having a lot of hurdles in the place, and realizing that there's a lot we don't know and a lot hasn't been mapped. The interim for that would be the territorial sea plan identification of resources and what to watch out for. And so that's the thing that we have as kind of the holding pattern is the territorial sea plan, because that went through a lot of process. It went through public meetings. People had input into it. They identified the resources that were important. And so that's the holding pattern until marine spatial planning identifies more clearly areas that don't have those that package of resources. Thanks.
All right, thanks. I had a kind of a small list of things I wanted to kind of respond to. And the first being that concern from ACP about this appearing to just be kind of like a barrier, a process that's creating barriers. I think that especially because of how the federal process played out in our state, we are in a place where in order to even get to a place where there's a path, we have to have this conversation about how to get there in the right way. And I think the initial stages of identifying how to get there in the right way innately involves outlining all the challenges, right? I think, and that's the stage that we're at, and that's how it's coming off. I agree with the framing that Bobby put out there, that like, I think our job is to attempt to pull that all together in order to come up with a roadmap that, because what they're looking for is certainty, right? And I think that what I'm certain of is that if we don't do this project, it will certainly not happen because there will not be a path for it. So it might be a high quality, like a lot of stipulations about how it has to be done correctly in order to do it in Oregon. But that is the only way it's going to happen in Oregon, if it's going to happen in Oregon. So I think that is what we are tasked with doing. And it feels like we're all kind of leaning into that. But I do think that if you are looking at it from the outside, or you really have a solid goal of offshore wind energy as quickly as possible, this feels really hard and frustrating. But I do think that the only path, which might put us on a really long-term path if it is going to happen, is the path that we're creating that takes all these things into consideration. I agree with this idea of it being a living document or iterative, because technology is going to change. We're going to have proof of concept in California at some point that we can be learning from. I think a lot of what we're doing now in the roadmap process, there's going to be a role for something like this, in the future. I know that people are stretched thin, but if we're not continuing to have this kind of engagement throughout the entire process, then I think it could go off the rails. So I think being iterative and having a lot of ways for it to be a loop, a feedback loop, is really important. And the last thing I was going to say is going back to what you mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Angela, I'm so sorry. I think this came up in the marine spatial planning, and I think even in the research section. I think it's something that needs to happen not only prior to offshore development, but if it were to happen, what needs to be coming out of the entire process is we want to have concrete data about what's actually happening in our oceans in these places. So I think having a really good commitment for how we collect that data, how it's happening over time, how's that data shared. That's something that we had a really deep conversation about in the marine spatial planning. And I think there's some examples we could be learning from and improving on, perhaps from the East Coast there. But I think that's the kind of thing that that is a shared value that I think we need to be trying to build, as well as making sure that there's a lot of new and ongoing good data that we're getting about the California current and the oceans off of our coasts. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ashley. And then I see you, Joe, and I see you, Lynn, next. And so I think after we get through these, I want to sense if we're kind of getting a theme, and then I want to move us to the next thing.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, this is Ashley with Road Climate. And while we've been having this discussion, I'm a big believer in taking a look at examples of those who have already gone through this process before us. So I've been taking a look at Maine's offshore roadmap process just as a refresher. And one thing that is interesting about taking a look at Maine's process because, they've already completed this work in 2023 is that in 2024, they gave a set of updating the document itself is give a 1-year progress update to what's happened, how some of the different goals and different components of the roadmap and like what specific actions have happened, what type of conversations have occurred, and also when it comes to delivering on roadmap objectives, outlines within a 2-page document, which is great, on how those objectives are being met. Is there work that's happening to work on those outcomes? And something that I definitely noticed taking a look at Maine's roadmap, which I think what makes this conversation unique is that in the Maine roadmap process, it's all really positive language. And I say that in terms of there's no, at least for my just, scanning it this morning, there's no mentions of what of exit ramps was what must be stopped. And so, I am, just wondering, is there a way that makes me think about the Oregon way of, really noting that, here's the things that are really, really important that must happen for this to happen, but not necessarily make it, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't want it to sound negative because I think one thing that's happened with coastal communities, specific rural communities over time, is that there has been a lot of extractive development. There's also been a lot of meetings that have happened, and so how can this process help set the tone for not just offshore wind in general, but when we think about if development is to happen in these communities, what must happen, what must occur, what must the benefits be, what must the protections be, for not just offshore wind, but for anything to occur. Because I think what's been making this process unique is just the really deep engagement that's been happening that I think, especially last night, has been a really great example in terms of, hearing from all sides. So anyway, I feel like going in tangent mode now, but anyway, just been trying to take a look at some of the examples that have happened before us and, what makes Oregon more unique.
Thanks for that, Ashley. Jeff, we're still getting a bunch of folks kind of chiming in on this one. And we do want to kind of end this session around 10:45. And so I'm wondering, I was going to just pass out Post-its. And then for folks online, just like when you read the roadmap, or if your constituency or key audiences are reading the road, what do you want them to feel? Not what you want them to know, but what do you want them to feel? I'm gonna pass out Post-its. If you just want to write down some words around emotions, a sentence, like what is it you want them to feel? Because Ashley, I think to your point, we can work on writing and communicating the roadmap in ways that evoke a particular set of emotions, and again, be crystal clear on what we expect, right? And so I think that's the dance we're going to do. So go ahead, Joe, and then Lynn.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. I think for my comment, I was going to go back to, I think, what Dean was talking about. I think that based on the diversity of opinions in this group, that it's not unreasonable to have alternatives in the roadmap. And, I think Dean mentioned alternatives ranging from no development to development. And it makes me think of kind of a NEPA approach where you have different alternatives. And then I think the challenge would be is coming up with a proposed alternative or one that folks can all agree on. But that's what I'm hearing. And I feel like it's interesting to hear about the main process. But I think this is a different group. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joe. I am hearing right now that it's gonna be better to keep our options open, and that's gonna be a little bit messy for a little bit longer. That it's like we're just not at a place where we're gonna have a singular direction and we're gonna say do A, B, C, and D. It's just gonna be messier. And so figuring out like if we keep those alternative futures in there, what do we need those to do? And then also what are the component parts that we have in the roadmap that are going to achieve different things. So those principles are going to be the constitutional, right? Those can be applied broadly. There's going to be these particular objectives. Each of the different parts of the roadmap are going to be better at doing different kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. There were a couple of people who said, should we still be calling this a roadmap? Is it a roadmap still? If we don't have a single destination that we are driving to at this point. And I'm wondering that myself and thinking, are we really making more of a strategic plan to say there are a number of places this could end up? Let's just make sure we're clear on what any future needs to achieve and what steps we can be taking over the next 5 to 10 years to be keeping options on the table.
Yeah, it's a fair question. It came up in the comments. We've also invested so much in the branding on the roadmap.
Yeah.
I don't want to confuse people too much, but so much so, yes. Right?
There you go.
So let's go online to Lynn. Lynn, are you with us? There you go. You got mute.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yep. Just took me a minute. Thanks, Bobby. And Bobby, your concern about all the work that's gone into this and the fact that we're wrestling still with fundamental matters. I don't find that discouraging. I just think that it represents the kind of mountain we're trying to climb. And that brings me to one of my central points today, and that is I think our developers who have an appetite for this kind of application on our southern coastal Oregon waters, I think they're struggling with much of the same thing. And I don't see in the investigations that I've been able to do, and they're not global, they're mostly national, but never the investigations that I've been undertaking with potential developers and investors is that there is a great deal of ambiguity about the worthiness of investing in offshore floating wind turbines, not just here on the West Coast in Oregon, but pretty much everywhere, just because it is still an emerging set of technologies with rapid changes and developments at the molecular level, even, according to some. So with that said, I'm not surprised that here on the roundtable, we're feeling that the developers are saying, you appear to be drawing a roadmap that leans towards the benefits, maybe, of one side versus another. And we've got some kind of polarization taking effect. If I were a developer, I'd be saying the same thing. I am a developer, so I'll say the same thing. I wouldn't want to invest in this particular project unless the bars of entry are lowered to an acceptable level. That would mean regulatory barriers. I would have to be familiar enough with the technological infrastructure and its basic chemistry, if you will, in order to see that barriers are being reduced. I'd have to have barriers associated with community and tribal acceptance. Those lowered as well in order to continue to have a viable invitation to join in this kind of investment. So I don't sense in the U.S. energy market a great passion to dump a lot of money in this project unless there can be some kind of really firm underwriting on the part of the states and the local communities to hold them safe. If I were a developer, I am a developer, I'd want the same thing. Question is, with the roadmap, is that what we're really about? Now, regarding the roadmap, are we really talking about a roadmap, much like an atlas map of the state of Kansas? Or are we talking about a destination map, that takes me from Miami to Chicago. And I think Jeff's point was we're still scratching our head on that. At least for now, I fall on the side of the equation that says I'm interested in a roadmap that's comparable to accurately describing the needed roads in Kansas, as opposed to singularly seeking out a pathway from Miami to Chicago. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. If, is it okay if I move us to alternative futures? Is that all right? Okay. Because part of this is thinking through how can we get as much clarity as possible, given we have a lot of options still that we're playing with, right? And so the alternative futures were one way to try and still be clear, even though where we end up is not.
Thank you. Yeah. So what you see on the screen are some of the questions and comments that were in the document when we got to that section talking about alternative futures. With the question of should there be a pilot project, there were opinions on either side of that, saying, well, we have a preference in Oregon to start with a pilot, but maybe California is our pilot. And if you're the industry, you're not really interested in investing in something small that may also not actually answer the state's questions, because some of the state's questions can only be answered at scale. And so I'm over time wondering more and more whether we ought to include that as an explicit, if we're only talking like 5 turbines. I don't know that there's enough interest there. And we could maybe give a nod to it and say why we aren't putting a lot of energy behind it. But I would be curious if anyone wants to like really put their chips on the table to say, no, we need to keep this as a place the state might drive. I'll also say that I thought it was a decent idea to have like the 3 different levels of development of, a scale of 1 gigawatt, 3 gigawatts, and then going bigger, and trying to understand whether one of those futures might be more palatable. And coming around to this idea of, could we consider 1 gigawatt to be a size where if that's just where we went and then where we stopped and watched for a while, is that an Oregon pilot? Is it too big? I don't know. This question of a delay alternative, I think that's kind of like the doing nothing alternative or the no offshore wind alternative of, at the moment, we're not driving toward it, but we may change our mind later because we don't know what the future is. And if we see it happen somewhere else successfully, but we could include that. I also mentioned before that there were conversations in May and afterward about, could we have offshore wind without developing an integration facility at Coos Bay? If you don't need to have a place in the state of Oregon where you can put these things together, could you be towing them from California or Seattle? And I think there are trade-offs either way, but I am chasing that more and more. And I think there's some value in splitting that alternative and talking about what some of the trade-offs could be to be considered and how it might change what the pathway looks like. There were also some really interesting ones. Or I guess before we get there, I am curious, how do we feel about, do we keep no offshore wind just flat out? We just decide not to do anything, not supply chain, not turbines. Is that a future we quote unquote drive to? Or is it kind of like the NEPA no action alternative? You just kind of keep it there because it's the default if you don't do any of the other things. Trying to figure out how to talk about it in our roadmap. Back to that comment of, well, if we're not aiming for offshore wind, why do we even need a roadmap? Why would we invest in a research agenda? Why would we invest in a collaborative or marine spatial planning if there's no interest in trying to lower some of the barriers that exist? Should Oregon invest in California's offshore wind? Should that be our play? Or should we just focus on transmission that might let California offshore wind come to Oregon at certain times a year where that could add some resilience? And then as a bonus, this has come up a few times about whether we have a policy gap and should consider a policy trying to direct the future in such a way that if power is produced off of Oregon's coast, that it land here first and not bypass the Oregon coastal grid. I think that I'm going to chase that this summer. And then finally, if we have offshore wind off of Oregon, but Oregon ratepayers are not the buyers because it's too expensive and it actually is paid for by California ratepayers, who gets the credit toward achieving our renewable energy goals in Oregon? Would we still be needing to build solar or geothermal or something else in order to meet Oregon's goals? And is that part of the future trade-off? So a lot of interesting comments and questions that came through in all of this, and work to be done.
So in terms of feedback now that would be most useful, do you want to have folks kind of look at that pilot and that 1 gig alternative, or what feedback do you want most now?
Yeah, I'm interested in some reactions to that. Like,
okay,
is a gigawatt kind of our base level of, if we go, is it a good first step if we were going to go that path?
Yeah. And I think one of the comments that just this conversation this morning is saying is, hey, we're kind of leaning towards probably keeping alternative futures in some form for now, and being much clearer on what you give up and what you could potentially gain in each alternative. So Julie, I saw your hand fire up early. Ramfis, I had cut you off early. So, okay. So Julia, then Mike, then Ramfis, and then I see Dean online too.
I just had a quick response to when Jeff mentioned the no offshore wind alternative. I'm curious to know if there are resources for how to flesh out what that looks like, what the actual impacts are for communities, ratepayers, resiliency. Like, what does a future look like if we don't do offshore wind that isn't just like static, because nothing is static. Not doing offshore wind is still going to exist in a world where energy needs are going up and decarbonization goals don't go away. So I think the no offshore wind alternative, I think, in order to be useful, does need to be fleshed out about what that looks like over time into the future. It can't just look like it's a status quo, because status quo is not, everything's changing, right? So I just think we need to be sure and clear about, like, if we don't do offshore wind, these are the problems that still need to be solved and that the state needs to be looking into, because it's like, there's no like, we're just going to ignore it and pretend like nothing's happening. Transmission is going to be a thing. Resiliency is going to be a thing. Energy needs are going to go up, right? So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that the no offshore wind alternative option is an actual fleshed out thing that we can respond to and be knowledgeable about.
So Jeff, do you feel like you have the ability to flesh that out between now and fall? And so let's say that's one of the alternative futures that comes out in fall. You all will get a chance to have a conversation. It's like, oh, now this is clear. No, I don't want it in there anymore. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. I think there's two things here. I think we can partially inform it by like the energy strategy process. We can partially inform it by studies that exist. Like California is looking at the region and has lots of really good data about this stuff. I actually listened to a presentation that talked about ratepayer implications if they bring on offshore wind and we don't, that were not very positive for the South Coast. And so I think there's a lot of data points we can pull from to inform this. But I think there's also probably going to be action items for what do probably all of these alternatives look like over time, and that's why this needs to be iterative. I don't think you're going to fully answer that question. I just wanted to make sure that the no offshore wind alternative was more fleshed out than just like a sentence of like, we don't do it. You know what I mean? Like, we need to have an idea of like, what are the implications actually of no action, and like, I think we're going to be able to partially answer it, but be fully aware of like, there might be specific steps we can be like, the state needs to figure X out under a no offshore wind alternative, right? You know what I mean? Recommendations around that. So I don't think we have to answer all the questions. I just think it needs to be, it can't just be a throwaway alternative. It has to have some meat on its bones.
I appreciate that framing, and I invite you to flood my inbox with resources about the implications.
Yeah, I'm
That would be
going to
really
try to
helpful.
dig up
Thank
some
you.
of the ones that I just referenced. I've been to conferences where this has come up, and I need to find the like actual source data. So yeah.
Is it fair to say that there should be no throwaway alternatives included in the roadmap?
But also
Like if it's a
that,
throwaway alternative, it's not worth putting in the roadmap.
obviously, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have
No,
phrased
no,
it that way, but
I
like,
just want to
yeah.
be clear on that. It's like if we can't flesh it out, it probably shouldn't be there.
It needs to be substantive and have meaning.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Truly, respectfully, if we do not include no offshore wind, it's incomplete. That has, at minimum, that acknowledges the fullness of the discussion. If you leave it off, a whole trail of assumptions come in, a whole cascade of things come in. And one of the things that American Clean Power isn't recognizing in this draft is that this is an opportunity for partnership, right? So the federal considerations are not a totally different ballgame from the state considerations. Those things overlap, they enhance, and so there's opportunity for the common ground that does exist, which clearly it does because it's American power, right? But we need to include all of the considerations that we have in order to make that fullness of what this group represents. I think that's valuable.
Thank you.
This is Mike Graybill. I just would like to offer that this format of including alternative futures certainly lends itself to the living document format that has been under discussion, because this is a very dynamic industry. It's changing. New technologies are emerging. So acknowledging that we've fleshed out some alternatives that we can see from here still leaves the door open for recognizing that there may be some additional alternatives that are not foreseeable at the moment that would be included in a subsequent iteration of the document. So I think I support previous comments that have been stated here. I would urge caution about calling 1 gigawatt a pilot, because that would set the door to say, well, okay, if the pilot worked, let's do a couple more then. And so being very careful with your use of terms. I would also suggest that it's worth considering a pilot that's less than 1 gigawatt, because that's something that the state could actually undertake. One additional, just to gain knowledge about how it works in Oregon. And I heard some discussion about saying, well, if we have a no wind alternative here, what's the point of having a research agenda? Well, research is part of the renewable energy economy. And we have some academic institutions in our state that could well benefit and create economic activity associated with conducting research related to that. So
Absolutely outstanding breakfast, young lady. Did you enjoy it?
Lynn, your microphone is on.
Tomorrow I make French toast.
Mike, did you actually finish? Okay. All right. So I think Lynn got himself muted. I've been noticing some chats popping up. So just before I go to Ranfis, and then Jeff, we're getting on like 10:45 here, and I want to be, because we have some guests I want to be respectful to. We can come back to this. But Andy, is there anything in chat that should get lifted up here?
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. I think the chat has been kind of in line with the conversation so far.
Okay. So and I think part of this, Jeff, is the feedback you're going to need over the summer. And this is a thing we can concentrate in the fall too, is enough of the reality checking on each alternative future. So if there is to be a pilot, should we actually call that a research alternative? Right? That was one of the sets of comments. And it's like, okay, what are the things that we need the research alternative to answer for us? And why can't California just do that for us? Right? So a little bit of feedback on some of that could be helpful, and then we can talk more about it.
Thanks. This is Rain Feast, Blue Green Alliance. I think it would be helpful if we could get a subgroup of us representing diverse stakeholders could maybe coalesce to a recommendation afterwards as a next step. But what I want to at least propose is, like, I do think having 3 scenarios is helpful to compare and contrast in terms of what is an ideal scenario that would both attract a developer, what's an ideal scenario for what it means for Oregonians and coastal members and other stakeholders. Like, I think that would be good to play out. And then within each scenario, we can play out what are the policy levers on the regulatory side to attract, what are the policy levers needed to, again, protect communities, the coast, et cetera. So I think that would be a really important framework. And then I think on the issue of a pilot project, again, I don't want to get stuck in the semantics. What size is considered a pilot project? What I would propose as potential middle ground is within each of the 3 scenarios, have a very specific pilot phase component where there are tight constraints for how that pilot phase would occur, the kind of oversight that we would want. And then, since we've already built into the roadmap this concept of exit ramps, there are already opportunities for what that could look like at each stage. So I want to sort of bring back again what folks have been talking about, exit ramps, and using that as a mechanism for how we feel like we're in control of the driver's seat, if you will. And if it's a scenario with 1 gigawatt, or if it's a scenario of 3 gigawatts, or scenario of 5, like, hey, these might be the scenarios for what development could look like. Here's a scenario for a pilot phase that fulfills the need that folks would need to do that without putting Oregon on the bill for funding that pilot phase. And then still having, again, control of the exit ramps. Again, and I don't want to get stuck on a debate whether, wind or a no wind scenario as the roadmap. But what I'll say is, again, like, I think that's already inherently built into the exit ramp. Like, each and every scenario, even before we get to construction, it's already been discussed in this roadmap table that there would be an exit ramp. But, again, that's not my hill to die on, but I think at least 3 scenarios be helpful. But again, love to workshop this with other groups, and Jeff, like having a subgroup, maybe sort of try to get to see if we can coalesce to some common ground. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Ramfis. Let's go Dean and then Rick, and then try and close it out. But I think, Jeff, one of the things I'm also thinking is, with the exit ramp conversation, that's going to come up in the permitting pathways this afternoon for sure. And then figuring out if all of these component parts of the roadmap end up balancing, right? So we've been talking about them in pieces, and how they mesh together we're still going to need to see that. So Dean, go ahead.
Okay, so I thought of a worth alternative. Just came to me the other day. I wanted to just throw it out there. It might be worth just throwing in the trash, or it might be worth considering. But what about if we thought about something that was more of a near shore local alternative? So I'm thinking of Block Island in Rhode Island, where they built, I think it was 3 to 5 turbines off Block Island. And I know visually it works really well, because when you have that few turbines, you don't get this overwhelming scale of development. And by going near shore, you could potentially get close enough where you could mount the turbines on the seabed rather than floating them, which might reduce costs quite a bit. May or may not. I don't really know. But that way the turbines serve the local needs. Like 5 turbines serving Coos Bay or 5 turbines serving Newport. It's a different thing than having an industry or industrial development of hundreds of turbines that are serving California or serving distant areas. So it's a real different picture. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's been talked about or if it should be talked about. Thanks.
Okay. Just a couple of thoughts and questions. First, the gigawatt being a pilot or under a gigawatt, well, under your mapping, both the existing or previously identified wind energy areas are under a gigawatt. So are those, would those be pilots? I mean, and there was certainly no guarantee that both or either would be developed. So I'm struggling with a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think it's really just an idle thought that I'm a gigawatt seems to be kind of a sweet spot where I heard it from industry voices saying anything less than that and we're not interested. It's not worth the risk. And I've also heard, well, if we could cap it at that for now and just go that far and no further until we have a really good set of information about what it really means to Oregon, to the fisheries, to the communities, that I guess the idea of a pilot to me is like, this is where we start and we watch it for a while before we make a decision whether we go any further. And so it's kind of blending this idea of what's the floor for industry and what might be the ceiling for what Oregon is willing to accept so far.
Yeah. And then just, we have talked about that the roadmap does not necessarily predetermine an outcome, and that, the House bill speaks to considerations that must occur. I think a no development alternative is essential, just even for the sake of the public, to look at it and say, this is not necessarily, this wasn't a rigged process to make this happen. That there is a wide range of alternatives considered to steal something from NEPA. And then the other thing I think is important, and I'm not hearing it so far, and I hope we keep this, is that the BOEM selected wind energy areas are not necessarily the ones that we as Oregon would select. As you pointed out last night and has, been discussed throughout the process, the entire Oregon coast has been identified as, areas that potentially could be developed.
Yeah. So, Bobby, I know we're past time to get into the workforce, and I still didn't get to show my cartoons that I made back in January. So I don't know when that's ever going to happen.
We set up time for brown bags, Jeff, for the summer, right?
True. We also had some really cool stuff where we were talking about letting folks know what studies have been done of Coos Bay and what development needs would be for the navigation channel, where stuff might get built, kind of that if we had a 1A and a 1B, and I just wanted to give you all that time with that, but maybe we'll get around to it later.
Yeah.
And then we didn't get to show our new diagrams, Bobby. So maybe we can find some time for that later today.
We can find some time. Yeah.
But just to give you a first taste, we have taken the idea of waypoints with those big circles and exits and trying to think of it as streams and gates, that you have these ongoing activities that will go from phase to phase. And that was recognized in the feedback we were getting, things that you just have to keep doing. And then there are going to be points along the process where you either pass through or you don't. And it depends on whether you've gathered all the things you need to get through that gate. So we can talk about that later, but I just wanted to let you take a look before we move on.
You mean plant a really important idea, and now we got to transition to workforce?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
All right.
Not my problem.
No, we'll go back to this. But now we've got a chance to really kind of dig in deep a little bit more on workforce, both kind of the nature of work, how apprenticeships programs go, where the jobs might be coming from floating offshore wind. So can I invite our speakers up here to the front? I'll just pull some chairs here and we'll just kind of do this informally. And then we have Tanner as well from Cal Poly Online. Tanner, are you with us? Scott, that's you too.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're here? Okay, perfect. Sounds
Scott's
good.
here as well.
How many Scotts do I have? Oh, Scott. Okay, I thought I heard Scott's here as well, and Scott's here. So I didn't know if I had two Scotts. Just two. Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna hand you guys the mics. Ramfis, are you pulling up a chair as well? You're gonna cover for okay, perfect. And then Scott and Tanner, if you wouldn't mind just turning if your videos aren't on, or Andy, if you can help me pull those guys up to the front on video, it'd be awesome. All right. Nate, so the way we're going to do this is each of our speakers is just going to give a quick couple minutes on some context that we thought was pretty important, and then we'll just open it up for conversation and discussion. Okay? I think we'll start. Okay.
I invited Nate here very last minute, so I thought I'd take the pressure off. And then Lauren sends his regrets. His dentist appointment went a little longer, so I think he's fine. Sophia, if you can share Lauren's slides. So Lauren Bowling represents the Ironworkers Local 29. They do play a role within offshore wind. I won't go into details because Lauren would do a much better job than I would. But what Lauren was hoping to cover today is discussion on apprenticeship programs. And on the next slide, I want to first start off talking about pre-apprenticeship programs. So for folks who are not knowledgeable in the construction industry, pre-apprenticeship programs help prepare folks to enter the skilled trades by covering construction, math, basic tool skills, job site expectations, and the soft skills needed to succeed. Pre-apprentices are not on the job site, but they are a program that oftentimes can have a direct entry or preferred entry that can help, say, between 6 to 18 months of wait time to get into an apprenticeship program. So again, you might hear folks say like there are historically been barriers for key communities around getting into apprenticeship programs or having a GED or having some of the basic math skills being a barrier to entering a program. Pre-apprenticeship programs are a key tool and proven mechanism to help get folks, again, the hard skills and some of the soft skills to get into the apprenticeship program. So looking at Nate, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Next slide. I believe some of these are photos of, again, folks, pre-apprentices. So Ironworkers Local 29 has been a key leader in bringing a pre-apprenticeship program for Coffee Creek Correctional Facility, which is trying to ensure that they are taking folks who were incarcerated or previously incarcerated and getting them the skill sets needed into, again, the construction trades. So again, folks who have, been previously incarcerated have seen historical barriers to job reentry. This program is aimed to, again, get women, previously incarcerated workers into the trade. So that's, again, an initiative led by the Ironworkers. If folks have more questions, and cement masons, thank you, Nate. So if any folks have more questions on that, happy to share Lauren's contact, and I'm sure we'll have a brown bag lunch in the future to talk more about it. Next slide. Here's another form of a pre-apprenticeship program. It's the multi-craft curriculum, also known as MC3 program. It's part of the National Building Trades program. Generally, it's I believe it's an 8 to 6 week program. where folks, again, similar to the Coffee Creek program, folks can get the hard skills, soft skills that can lead to a direct entry program to any of the apprenticeship programs or union apprenticeship programs. It's a very cost-effective program. So when you go to, say, a community college for any apprenticeship program, you're having to get butts in the seats, pay tuition. Pre-apprenticeship program could be done at a high school level or a community college level, and then exposes you to several different classification of trades. So this has been a proven model to, again, be cost-effective format of exposing folks to trade and then getting folks into a direct entry program. And I'll let Nate in on his time talk about that one of the programs. So we'll go to the next slide. So what is the Registered Apprenticeship Program? It's a structured training program where workers work for lower wages for a set period. Consistent pay increases are tied to the progress. So a year one apprentice, a year two apprentice, or year three or year four apprentice may be paid very differently. But as each program, as you get to each different level, the pays levels will increase. In exchange for instruction on the job and in classroom settings where they are provided broad-based training on all aspects of their craft. Union programs are entirely privately funded by members and our contractor partners. So key difference between, say, a non-union program versus a union program is on the non-union program, say if you go enter through a community college, you're again paying for tuition. The union difference would be if you're coming in as a registered apprentice, it's all collectively being paid for by union members and contractors. So removing sort of tuition as the barrier for entry into the program. So as anyone here knows, like when people make a career decision for education or for a training, that's money. You're going to have to figure out how you're going to recoup those costs. And you're going to want to ensure that there's job guarantees. The union difference is kind of trying to, again, lower the risks of getting into an apprenticeship program while also helping address the workforce needs. Next slide. So these are photos of, I assume, iron workers working on their craft. Next slide. I won't read every one of those, but what I will at least just say, as I hand it off here to Nate, is these are all governed either by the Department of Labor or also the Bureau of Oregon Labor and Industries. So I hope in a future discussion we can bring in a representative from the apprenticeship training division to sort of further talk about apprenticeship programs in construction and beyond. But I'll pause there because I'm not the expert, and I'll kick it over to an actual expert.
Thank you, Ramphis. Yeah, I'll touch it a little bit. Nate Stokes, the Assistant Business Manager, Operating Engineers, Local 701. I'm also the chairman of our Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. I did go through the apprenticeship. I'll touch base a little bit. Our apprenticeship, well, we're a 118-year-old local. So we are the 7th oldest operating engineers local in our international. So we've been around a long time. But the state approved registered training apprenticeship program started in 1973. So we've been an approved training agent since 1973. And I would say most of the union crafts, like the iron workers, the electricians, it's about the time that the registered apprenticeship programs came into play in the state of Oregon. What that means is there's a joint owners or contractors on one side, and for us, the union representatives or members that we have on our committee. It's all overseen by standards that have been approved through the state and BOLI. And if we have to change those, we have to apply, just like everything else, to change our standards. And we changed our standards a few years back because we saw the workforce needing to be increased. At one time, we had, for every 4 journeymen, you could have 1 apprentice. And that worked for a while because there was still a lot of people in the workforce. The workforce was retiring,
we needed to make sure we were able to fill those positions. So we changed the standards where you can have up to 3 apprentices for every 4 journeymen, and then after that it goes to a different scale. It's a lot harder to put an apprentice in a bulldozer or a crane because there's only 1 seat. So, but I want to touch base on the MC3 that Ramfis has talked about too. The Beaverton School District took that curriculum into effect and put it in part of their CTE. I know I'm looking out here, and I would say most of all of us, for the most part, at least had shop class and home ec and all that stuff when we were all in school, right? That's kind of went away, and now it's making this kind of push back. So the MC3 programs are being implemented in multiple high schools in the area. So those high schoolers are learning some applied math. Just a really quick side note, I sucked at math in high school. But when I got into the apprenticeship, I went through our surveying side, and I actually became a surveyor because the math made sense to me when I was in the apprenticeship. It wasn't making sense to me when I was listening to my teacher that I honestly couldn't stand. So that's why I didn't pay attention to him. Side note, sorry. One of the things that we're doing as operating engineers on the wind, offshore wind, and any renewable energy, we're training our members, and so are all the other crafts, to build these renewable energy projects. And the offshore wind is a newer phase for us, but we have a 500-acre training facility in Crosby, Texas, that we have now invested in simulators for offshore cranes that are on floating ships. So we're ready to train those people that are going to be out there working on these nacelles and these towers. We have it down to a science on shore. I mean, all the windmills that are being built and replaced out there in the gorge are all our operating engineers operating those cranes. Our apprenticeship is a 8,000-hour apprenticeship program. So that's 4 to 5 years, depending on how many hours you get. And it's a paid program. We start out, our apprentices start out 80% of scale. So, and you get full benefits. So when they come in, they're starting out at $38 an hour, and every 2,000 hours, they get an increase. But on that, they're still collecting their pension, their health and welfare, which is full medical, dental, vision, and they're not coming out of pocket for that. That's all paid for through our collective bargaining agreement. And that's exactly how the training is paid for. Us as members decided that when we were collective bargaining against the contractors, we needed to invest in our training. So the members said, hey, take some of our money instead of putting it in our pocket, and let's invest in our training. So here in the state of Oregon, we have an 89-acre site in Canby, Oregon, that we train. We have ponds to train because we represent dredgers as well. So I can go on and on and on about programs, so I'll definitely take questions. So.
Sure. So I think, Kyle, before you, I think we have Scott as well, who's just going to say hi. Right, Ranfis? Is that who you were asking? Really?
Kyle, Scott.
Well, I was going to run through all the union jobs and then have Kyle kind of speak to beyond kind of the apprentice programs, what's the broader workforce system look like? Okay, Scott, it's all you for a quick hello.
Hi, yeah, I had a slide. Oh, I think Jeff's on it. There we go. I was going to say very brief slide deck just with some information. So kind of to build off of what Ramfis and Nate have talked about, the sort of how do we do this and what does that mean for workforce development in something like offshore wind? So hi, Scott Strickland, PM, Special Projects Counsel for Smart Local 16. Next slide. So what we're talking about here when Nate mentioned the collective bargaining agreement. So project labor agreement, community workforce agreement, community benefits agreement, any of these things all refer in construction to what we call pre-hire or an 8F agreement, which is recognized under the National Labor Relations Act. Critical to any of these pre-hire agreements is workforce, which typically revolves around kind of laying out hiring practices and if there's any kind of apprentice or minority utilization numbers, things like that. While also laying out, the registered apprenticeship program that folks can participate in and what the benefits and pay and all of that will be. These agreements can include workforce and apprenticeship utilization goals and other kind of targeted development tools within the agreement to make sure that you are able to develop a local, diverse, and skilled and trained workforce. Next slide. So we're talking about local development with international support for that development. The pre-hire agreements allow for near immediate mobilization and development of a skilled and trained workforce with international support for industry recognized curriculum and job banks. So our international, which goes across the United States and Canada, represents over 200,000 workers, partners with the industry group of union signatory contractors to develop sort of best practices and training curriculum based on the needs of the industry. So SMART has over 14,000 registered apprentices in training centers across the US and Canada, with our local alone has 2 state registered and accredited programs in Oregon, one for the production side of manufacturing and one for the building trades installation side. Apprentices through our building trades program receive an AA in applied sciences from Mount Hood Community College because we're sort of dual certified. We have a partnership with Mount Hood Community College that accredits our program, and then it's also a state registered program through the Apprenticeship and Training Division of Bureau of Labor and Industries. All of this is at no cost to the apprentice who earns a family wage while learning, including full family health insurance, so coverage for the entire family, really good coverage at no out-of-pocket cost to them. And 2 pensions. And this is supported by over 2,000 skilled craftspeople in our local. Next slide. A quick equity spotlight. I wanted to draw attention. There was a study by the University of Oregon in 2021 about union apprenticeships providing better opportunities and outcomes, both for women and for BIPOC community members. So there's an executive summary that's only a couple pages, but union programs train over 70% of all apprentices, and also have significantly more diverse and higher graduation rates for the apprentices that participate in those programs. And there's a number of metrics that that the study reports on that shows the value of these programs. Next slide. And this is a proven track record for mega projects. So across the country and even internationally, mega projects have utilized these pre-hire agreements to ensure that workforce needs are met in a way that provides dignity to working people, their families, and their communities. Just a snapshot from a few of the mega projects that we've worked on recently. There's $200 billion, that's billion with a B, in CHIPS Act investments with about 115,000 jobs for the 2023 to 2025 biennium in Ohio, including a $20 billion Intel chip plant. There's TSMC's $40 billion semiconductor plant in Arizona. And there's a little kind of information piece there as well. And then Ford's $6 billion battery plant in Kentucky. These are all facilities that use union labor, that use SMART, that have access to both the training and curriculum that we offer, the skilled and trained tradespeople that we offer, and also the ability to have a job bank where if you don't, for some reason, if the local is not able to meet and fulfill the needs of the workforce needs of the project, there's the ability to put out a call internationally to import workers in, and a process for that as well. So if for some reason there wasn't the ability to meet that local demand immediately with local hires, there is the ability to bring some folks in, but know that that money locally is kept locally in most respects. So there's still that local development, local workforce, all of that is then built and scaled up, because it's the apprenticeship funding is based on hours worked. So the more hours that are worked, the more money that there is. So it's this sort of kind of beneficial cycle for that that region to make sure that there is that workforce built and developed, not only for the installation of the project, but then the ongoing maintenance as well. Next slide. Happy to answer any questions. I know we're kind of doing introductions and then we'll kick it over to everyone. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Scott. Kyle, we'll hand it to you. So we heard about a couple different categories of jobs and some of the existing processes and programs for getting trained workers into the trades. Kyle, you're going to speak to us about how all the different pieces work or don't work.
All right, is it on now? Okay, so I can tell you what originally got me interested in offshore wind. I think it's a different view. So I used to run the Workforce Investment Board, SOIB, for Coos Curry and Douglas up until a year ago. And I think what always appealed to me about offshore wind when I first heard about it 5 years ago is that I don't view it as just the project and getting it built. I view it as it's an emerging industry that we had a chance or have a chance to kind of choose your own adventure and pick which pieces we want along the Oregon coast. So it's not, obviously I work for a developer now, so my view is a little different, but previously it was never about whether or not there was windmills off the Oregon coast as much as making sure that Oregon got a piece of the game for the whole West Coast. Do we want to be a blade manufacturer? Do we want to have a foundation plant? Like what fits our local offerings, our infrastructure, what we have available for land, what our labor workforce could do, and then how to train that. So when we were kind of talking about what we talk about today, some of that, it doesn't fit everywhere. Some of it would fit on the river. Some things we could do in Coos Bay, Coos Bay or Newport or any of these other locations. If you have Northern California taking one piece of it, what could we have got in the mix that we would have been able to employ 1,000 or 1,500 people for 10 years, 20 years? What is a piece that gets replaced all the time? And so I think I had looked at it from kind of a broader perspective, and I still do. I think there's the project, there's all the different pieces that go into getting it built, and then there are the pieces that kind of order operation wise, if we don't do it in a way that allows us to have that built locally, we'll end up buying it for somewhere else and we'll miss out on really some of the bigger benefits of the project. You could find a gigapower somewhere else. We could build 10,000 acres of solar. We can import some more coal-powered fire plants. The power consumption is not going to go away, and we'll find a way to get it. How can we get it green? How can we make sure we capture the most for our local area, which I think is kind of the benefit of all of this. And so some of the stuff I originally planned to talk about today is just the kind of how you make sure that order of operations works. Without certainty, nobody's going to invest. It's, even for a pilot project, you're not going to build a local plant to do foundations. You're not going to bring in a blade manufacturer without Oregon, Washington, California. Nobody's ever going to look about moving some of these plants from Europe or Asia to make these pieces here. And so I think it's that broader conversation about making sure when we head down this path, how do we really get what we want that employs the most people, that has the most living wage jobs? Isn't it just a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, but how do we make sure that this is a forever or an endless cycle, and that we become the leaders in supporting this for West Coast or anywhere we could potentially ship to? I don't really know how to French the rest of that into the conversation these other guys had, so I think I'd rather just kind of open it up to questions and see where it goes. Most of what I have on my notes here is just really the time frames. It's working back from kind of go time. Nobody trains people for jobs that don't exist yet, and people who receive training that don't go into that field aren't going to sit around and wait to take that job. They're going to be something else in a matter of a couple of months. And so really it's, having the positions. And I know that's different for folks that can relocate them to projects elsewhere. But when you're talking about just general training, it's really knowing what you need, knowing what's coming, starting to build those timelines back, invest in those local programs, whether it's community colleges, apprenticeships, or anything else, to make sure there is the funding and the support and the resources to put people through those training programs. And then federal and state dollars, usually you're playing like a metric-based system. So a lot of that is, in workforce, we used to look at the minimal amount of investment that you had to put into a candidate to get them into the highest paying job that they're most likely to stay in. Right? It's a pure numbers game. And that usually leads to less than 1-year certificates. It's not a lot of 2 years degrees. It's not everything else, you know. I mean, a community college is going to make an economic investment based on the number of students that'll go through a program sometimes versus maybe the quality or cost PERS. And so I think when we get to a point we know what we want to do, then we can really plan out. But none of this happens overnight. And when you're being reactive, you definitely don't get the best programs.
Yeah, Kyle, can you just speak again to that timing issue of you have a job, how long does it take to get someone into that job? And then the second part, just could you reiterate again, kind of we heard from a lot of the union folks kind of how the apprentice works and how that gets there, and then what are the other institutions within Oregon that kind of are getting workers to the jobs that they need?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think you have like the union-based programs. You have from the non-union side, you'd have some on-the-job training, or community college or anybody else that is kind of doing stand-up training. But everything's going to take some time. Not to mention, you only have a limited number of high school graduates. You have a limited number of job seekers at any time that may consider this line of work. And so you're competing with resources. And when you're moving fast, you're cannibalizing existing markets for sure. So it is kind of working backwards from, once you know what you want to land or what you think you need. I mean, you kind of got to divvy it up and lay it out and say, okay, we're going to need, 400 electricians. Okay, this is going to take 4 or 5 years. We're going to need 300 welders. Okay, we can do welders in 2 years, but how do we recruit? So now you have to promote that in the high schools, promote that to existing job seekers, promote that to people who are looking for upward mobility in the positions they're in. And it really does spider out just like everybody else's concerns for everything else that everybody in this room is focused on. But it's working backwards from a target. But I think what I mentioned the other day when we talked was that, workforce dollars that come from federal or state are very reactive. Like after COVID, we didn't see COVID recovery money when we needed it. We got the COVID money 2 years after it would have been helpful. And I think that's always the fact. If we were to head into recession, you're not going to see those dollars in any time where they're going to be beneficial, but they'll come at some point. And the same for standing up a training program or anything else. And so it's almost as much information as you can put out there and the people in the room at the right time, because the first question would be from anybody, whether it's community college or any other program, is how are we going to pay for it and how sure you exist? And we keep kind of working against a soft target versus I think I'd said this before early on in one of the roadmap meetings, to me at least, or some kind of go signal provides some kind of certainty. In reality, that's, a few years of studying to see if somebody could really finance a project. Once that project is financeable and starts to move forward, that would be the trigger that you're going to start need these employees. It starts to really put us multiple years away from flipping a switch or saying, let's do a pilot.
Great, thanks. I think, Nate, is it okay? I'm going to have Tanner talk to this and then we can come back to this. So
you're ready.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. So Tanner, we're really excited that you're here and that you joined us here at the Oregon roadmap process. So Tanner I'll let him introduce himself more properly, but with Cal Poly Humboldt, and has done some research and work on kind of the nature of jobs and the part of floating offshore wind development and what kinds of jobs those create. So Tanner, welcome. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks, Bobby. And yeah, thank you all for having me and letting me speak and be a part of this process. So my name's Tanner Etherton. I'm a California Sea Grant Extension Specialist, and I'm also an economic analyst with the Schatz Energy Research Center. And at the Schatz Center, we are part of the Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium. So that's a partnership between 3 universities, including the Pacific Marine Energy Center at Oregon State, the Schatz Center at Cal Poly Humboldt, and the Center for Coastal Marine Sciences at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And this consortium really works on kind of 3 pillars: research and innovation, community and tribal knowledge exchange, and then, of course, workforce or professional workforce development, kind of at that university level. Next slide. So I probably don't have to show you this diagram. I'm sure you all are familiar, but this is just how we like to think about offshore wind, really in these 4 infrastructure buckets. So you have, of course, the offshore wind farm itself and all your out at sea infrastructure. Then you have your necessary port facilities. So that's assembly, port, staging, integration, and operation maintenance. And then you have your onshore electric transmission, bringing that energy to your major load centers and your grid. And so those first three infrastructure buckets really are all that are necessary for offshore wind to happen on the West Coast. And then, of course, you have that fourth bucket of the supply chain, where really we found is where the majority of jobs are and much of the economic benefits, but something that we could rely on imports, at least to start. And so for each of these infrastructure buckets, you obviously have your own regulatory agencies, cultural, environmental impacts, unique considerations, and workforce requirements. Next slide. So to support professional workforce development through the POWC and at our university, I recently did a study that just got published evaluating workforce analyses and assessing professional labor needs in floating offshore wind for California specifically, but I think there's a lot of information that could apply to Oregon and be useful to you all. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we had our own strategic plan that was directed by the state back in 2021, published in 2023. And much of the data I used came from that study or that strategy. However, that strategy relied on studies that really predated California's existing targets, right? 3 to 5 gigawatts by 2030, 25 gigawatts by 2045. Of course, those targets are pretty outdated at this point as well. And I found a really large variety or distribution in a potential amount of jobs. So, anywhere from 2,300 to 2,800 jobs. So like a $6,000 difference. And those differences are really based on, project timeline and scale, but also that supply chain participation, because that's really where the majority of the jobs are. And so many of these studies were relying, again, on kind of very different assumptions around project scale than what the actual targets were. Go ahead and next slide. Or go forward. Okay, and so the study that we did end up using primarily for this data is the workforce readiness plan, which is in our strategic plan. And that has what it puts out there at about 3,000 jobs and is based on the actual project scale and timeline, at least according to AB 525. Next slide. So because of this, really large difference in the potential amount of jobs, which makes it really difficult for labor suppliers such as universities or unions to prepare for this influx of workforce needs. I did a sensitivity analysis of NREL's offshore wind JEDI model, job and economic development impact model. Really useful, pretty user-friendly for anyone who's interested in playing around with it and using it. It's pretty user-friendly. So with that, we modeled a project off Humboldt of 1.5 gigawatts, which would be about potentially one of the lease areas. And this is what we found. 60% of those jobs are in component supply chain, and that's for the major components, but also some subcomponents. The mooring system, semi-submersible foundation, array cables, etc. And then the majority of those jobs, so 76%, are associated with material costs. So really, you're talking about that material supply chain, not the facilities manufacturing these components themselves. So I think that's some important nuance there. Staging assembly accounts for about 10%, development and soft costs about 11%, and operation maintenance 18%. So really is the second leading producer of jobs, understanding that is over the entire time frame of the project. So you can see that sequencing analysis below, kind of the annual FTEs by supply area from commercial operations date. And then again, all of this is available in the paper, so I don't want to go into too much detail. Next slide. And we use this information to pull out, how many of these jobs are going to require university level degrees. And we found about, anywhere from 37 to 41% based on a couple different investment scenarios, and the majority of those being engineering, followed by the life and physical sciences and management occupations as well. Yeah, so I can just leave it off there, but I think, you know, the big takeaways I think are important to Oregon is understanding that these aren't just jobs in the trades. These are jobs that require university degrees. These are going to be your innovators. They're going to be the ones carrying out a lot of this, you know, early activity and are going to be your community leaders pushing this thing forward and making the West Coast a potential hub, you know, for floating offshore wind around the world. I mean, this is the projects we're doing here haven't been done anywhere else. And we could be a leader in this space. And so I think it's important to consider all the different roles. And then also that need for those, you know, local workforce studies. So the Humboldt County is publishing some studies soon that really focus on the impact to our community and potential jobs here from our port development and the floating offshore wind farm off our coast. And using workforce dollars to complete that study and to engage people in these host communities so that we can ensure those jobs are local. They also did set up an MC3 program here that's run through our university. So we're getting people, local people, through that pre-apprenticeship program now, so that when these jobs roll around, we have people at the apprentice level, at the journeyman level, and even in 4 people working on these jobs. And with that, I'll just pass it off for discussion and questions.
Great. Thank you, Tanner. And thank you, everybody. Jeff, I have one question. I don't know if you had one question you want to kick to the panel, but we can get it started and we can just kind of open it up. But I remember as we were prepping, there's this conversation on just the amount of uncertainty and long timelines. And Kyle, I remember you saying like the worst thing you can do is to train someone for a job that doesn't exist. And so what would you recommend kind of Oregon can start doing, all of you, Oregon can start doing now to start getting ready? So for example, the operating engineers, there are operating engineer jobs now, and the going through the training can get you ready for floating offshore wind, or it could get you ready for something else. So I guess what are some of the things Oregon can be doing now to kickstart our workforce development?
I'll take this really quick for the building trade sides of things, and then I'll pass it off to you. I mean, like you said, Jeff, I mean, operating engineers, we're operating cranes now, building windmills now. So, and all the building trades are training our crafts people to build things. So if they're giving a set of plans to build a floating platform with concrete or a floating platform with metal, we train our members on all the crafts to read those prints and to build those things, right? You have the engineers and the civil engineers and electrical engineers and architects designing all this stuff, but the craftspeople actually put that stuff into action. So we're already doing that. We've been doing that. We just need jobs to continue training our individuals moving forward. So as us as operating engineers, there are offshore wind on the East Coast now. So at our international level, we ended up investing in those floating cranes that are on ships, simulators, because that is what we see somewhere in the future is happening. So we're training those individuals now to be ready for a bigger boom if there is. If not, they're still going to be able to operate a crane on land, right? They'll have multiple training things. But I think all building trades are training their craftspeople to do that now and will continue to do that. Even as, I mean, I'll say really quick before Tanner took over there. The one thing is workforce on our apprenticeship. We had 2 people that applied this year. We open up once a year. We had 2 people apply and we took 20 because we want to make sure that we are our success rate is 95%. If you get into our program, our retention rate is 95%. So there's individuals that want to do the work. We just need to We just need the jobs for them to do the work. So, and I think that's pretty much for every single one of the crafts that are out there. So that's all I got to say on that.
Yeah, and I think to reiterate Nate's point, in the chip plant in Arizona, the local down there, I think had 500 members and they're up to just over 850. And we have a few dozen members that were working on chip plants locally in Oregon that went down to Arizona to do that work. So I think we already have that workforce. It's just spread out. And so the more to Kyle's point, the more that we can de-risk bringing those folks in and have an agreement in place and have these legally enforceable agreements in place, that enables us to bring the funding. We have millions of dollars locally, billions of dollars nationally and internationally that we can bring in terms of training and workforce subsidies and all of that. So we just need a promise of a job in order to attract that talent and build that workforce, and build it locally too, because that's a big part of when we send folks in. They're training apprentices locally and they're building those skill sets and building out the workforce in those areas as well.
I'll just say, maybe to inform some maybe potential, like tee up some potential recommendations, like partnerships are really important. So we understand like this panel is pretty limited in terms of representation, but that's important to say like, hey, we need, community colleges to partner with labor to further advance the MC3 program at all the community colleges. We need to partner with key communities. So like, labor should be partnering with tribes. Tribes should be partnering with labor. We should find a way to work with the workforce investment boards. We should free up investments that should not be going to more, construction apprenticeship programs. That should be going to other trainings that could help fill the gap. I think unions, and this is again, I'm biased here, but unions have a pretty good playbook for building the workforce. It's removing tuition as a barrier, which I think we can all attest. Some of us are still paying our tuition fees. So that's one barrier. We got to remove that. Ensure that there is a job there for you. A lot of us have gone through education system with debt without a guaranteed job. They've addressed that. Ensuring that, you have a job despite the booms and bust cycles that we're seeing likely to occur for clean energy with this unfavorable administration, and ensure that you're landing a job in other areas. So, the trades have jobs, not just in large mega projects, but they're highway, roads, commercial, industrial, residential. Like that keeps folks in their jobs. Like I know too many people who've gone through college, myself included, who have a degree in something, and the jobs are not there, and you just go something that's outside your profession. So that's a lesson learned. And then when it comes to new technology coming, like, offshore wind, like they have a model that gets their members reskilled and retrained. Like that's something worth revisiting, and that could be replicated in other sectors, whether we do something in manufacturing and healthcare. Like that's probably the model to learn lessons from. But again, yeah.
And I think I definitely didn't want to make it sound like it was one or the other, but really to think of the fact that, if we do this right, this is the launch of a new industry that will take every opportunity we have, and we will have to find every bit of funding, and it could really be a game changer for the coast. Or we could be indecisive and chip around the edges and miss all of it. But I think it really just comes down to how intentional we are with how we do it, and then it'll come together.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tanner,
just a testament
to add to this.
Yeah, just a testament to those project labor agreements. And this is coming from a county where we don't have a lot of union workers. It's a rural county, and we're pretty resistant to it, including some of the tribes. And there were some issues with the project labor agreement from the community side. But the reality is once that agreement was in place, we were able to get an MC3 program at our university to start training local people and getting them on jobs in our community and start building that workforce. And again, assuming that they'll be able to transition into a lot of these jobs. And for much of this, at least, in terms of the jobs that are nearest is going to be the construction of transmission and the construction of the port, which are already, built-in programs and a workforce there's a pipeline for, that's not as specialized as offshore wind itself. So, yeah, I know that's not really what I've been working on, but it's what I've seen in our community, and I think it's an important point.
We have a couple of questions in the room here. I'm going to take prerogative, though. Tanner, you mentioned that there's a project labor agreement already in place in Humboldt. Can you talk about, did that emerge organically? Was that proposed by the developer? What do we know about how that came to be?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it was organically entirely. And so this project labor agreement is for construction of the staging and assembly port here in Humboldt. And our harbor district got, a $426 million federal grant through the Department of Transportation. And as part of that, I believe with a certain amount of federal funding under a Biden enactment, that these projects would require project labor agreements potentially or essentially. And so that was brought about. Yeah, but also for the projects themselves, we do have one of the developers of the two lease areas who has agreed to sign a project labor agreement for their project. And so they've made that commitment. They haven't signed a project labor agreement yet, but they made that commitment early on, I think last year, to move forward with the project labor agreement, once that project is, starting construction or before construction, obviously. So, yeah.
Yeah, I see. We have some of our panelists want to chime in too.
Yeah, thank you, Tanner, for that. So this is Nate with Operating Engineers, and I know the operating engineers, Jeff Hoonerlock, down there in the that area, was very instrumental on getting that project labor agreement language in the open with communications with the community down there. And I think that started probably 7 or 8 years ago because I was working with Jeff on that from ours because we're sister locals. So the communication started a long time ago for that project labor agreement and working with the community. And I don't know if 6 or 7 years is organic, but there was lots of communication and listening to the community, all sorts of the community. And I think that's how that came about. And working with the developers, multiple developers at that time, because it was new. There was not one developer. There was multiple developers looking for opportunities there. So working with them and having them as part of the discussion with labor and community, similar to what we're doing here, was as how that was able to happen. And then the federal grant did come through, which kind of sealed, hey, we got some funds, we're going to be able to do this. And there was the commitment already there. So I say this in any time I'm speaking on anything. I've spoken at many offshore wind conferences. It's all about communications and listening. And without those two components, nothing happens. And I think just all of us here in general, listening to each other and communicating is how things actually happen. So that's my thing on the project labor agreement, just because I was involved with that. So thank you.
I really appreciate that context. That's wonderful and awesome to hear. I know Jeff and yeah, he's been great, really involved in the community. And yeah, so there's definitely, don't want to downplay that community engagement that did happen and how important that was for this thing moving forward. And honestly, kind of wanted to highlight that if we want these jobs to be local, and by local, we mean really in the regions, these host communities that are really close to the projects, but of course the state as a whole as well, you need to engage with those communities, early and often, obviously, but also start developing that pipeline and those sort of agreements there locally as well.
Great. We have some questions in the room. I'm going to start with Julia, and then Mike, and then Hans.
Thank you. I think I can be pretty quick. I did want to just build on the topic that just happened, which is Core Hub and Epic that are both based in the Humboldt area. I think, and also there's a person who works at the port, and I'm not going to remember his name off the top of my head, but I feel like this is a sub area that might be worth digging into because there's a lot of learning that has already happened there about processes that we want to be exploring in Oregon. And I think they're very open about their process and mistakes that were made and corrections and about how community benefits only get you so far and how do we really have a meaningful engagement that isn't completely limited to like, you know, community benefits that are legally binding, but what are other, although we need those. I'm not saying we don't need those. So anyway, I just think there might be a really interesting opportunity for us to learn from what has happened there, from the folks that have engaged in this work over the last many, many years. My question earlier on, I think Ramfis, you were getting at it, and we were getting there with this discussion that Bobby asked the question about, you know, what are the jobs we need now? And what I'm hearing, but I think I just want to put a really fine point on this because I feel like this isn't just applicable to offshore wind, but I would like the labor perspective on this because I'm just flying by the seat of my pants a little bit. But it seems to me like it really is like the pipeline as we're talking about, like we need more electricians, period. We need more fill in the blank, you know, specialized trained workers that are union trained. So you're getting high quality workers that, you know, are meeting a certain standard and that are going to get paid, you know, a good wage. So to me, it seems like, yes, there might be specializations that need to be sequenced at the right time, but those specializations are only going to be useful if you have enough people that are already like tall enough to ride the ride, so to speak, right? Folks who are already electricians who can be then specialized in whatever, or operations folks who know how to operate a crane but need to know how to do it floating, right? So it's like, I'm just trying to see if like, is that a correct assumption? Is like, we just need more people in the trades in order to be ready for whatever comes next. Is that a accurate statement?
I'm going to say no. And the reason I'm saying that is just, and I can only speak on, I don't know what the other trades apprenticeship programs are and how many people they're taking in or not. But I said on ours, I'm the chairman of our apprenticeship committee. And like I said, this particular year, we had 200 people apply. We took 20. Okay. Last year, we had 300 people apply and we took 40 apprentices. So it really depends on the jobs that are forecasted out there in the future is what we look at. And I think all the crafts do similar. We don't want to take a bunch of people in and then they're sitting there, there's no jobs for them because that doesn't do any good, right? So I know that's how we do that. Now, if we know, you know, in 10 years, hypothetically, or 15 years, that there's going to be a port development down in Coos Bay and there's a project that's possibly going to be built out there, then we can start opening up our recruitment, our outreach, and we go down into the Coos Bay area. And we do. We're down there with our simulator trailer every year at the casino at their outreach. So we would do more of that in those areas if we knew that those jobs were coming.
Yeah, something I just want to piggyback on Nate's points here, and then something that Scott shared. But I guess what we're going to hear definitely within Oregon is just this debate whether there is a skill shortage or not a skill shortage in construction in general. I think could be true that on the union side, and a lot of these are from the union contractors, that they have plenty of work, if not some workers who are waiting to get on the job. So there are lists. It's really possible that you might have experiences of shortages in the non-union side. So Scott shared a graph earlier and a statistic that 70% of registered apprentices are registered in a union apprenticeship program. Not only that, they're having higher rates of graduation and higher rates of retention. Some of the issues that we're seeing in the non-union side are retention issues of boom and bust cycles. So what I think maybe Nate and Scott can help explain better, it's when a contractor might not see work, another contractor may see work,
and they use a hiring hall model to keep those workers employed. On the non-union side, when a contractor doesn't get work, the workers don't get work. They look for other work. So they might, if they're lucky, stay in construction. But what we're seeing, what I think future studies will tell us, is they're leaving for other jobs. So if they leave construction for retail, and this has been true for like some of the boom and bust cycles that we've seen in solar, but again, I'm not a solar expert, but statistically, when we see boom and bust cycles for like residential solar, folks have gone into solar construction and then they've left on the bust cycles and they don't come back. The union difference is they keep them employed. So these are some of the challenges to reckon. And I think that's why I said earlier, like, I think the union model is the model to replicate and to replicate for other sides in the workforce investment board. Is like, it's not just about training people. It's about training people, graduating people, retaining them. Retaining them is like the most difficult aspect in our construction workforce system. And, I think we can figure out, different strategies of how to get there. But I think the building trades, the union side has a model, even for the workforce investment board, to try to replicate. So I don't know if there's more you want to say, Nate or Scott, but.
Go ahead. I can speak on this all day. So I know there's other times. I know there's another question. So,
Jeff, could we go back to Tanner's workforce graphic? It's clear that these are big infrastructure projects and they have long lead times. I mean, permitting is 6 years for some of these things. So it sounds like the timeline for the construction trades that are under discussion right now, there's going to be time to anticipate workforce needs. But if I look at that annual FTEs for supply areas, what I'm seeing is at the front end, it's the professional arena. It's the engineers, it's the designers, it's the biologists that are the first people in the employment chain of events that would happen for one of these big infrastructure projects. So there was one graphic in there that showed biologists, for example, and that was a big bulge of biological scientists. There's a big pulse of that necessarily in the employment workforce at the front end of a project, which gets me to this idea of how we approach big infrastructure projects. I was waiting for a ride share this morning at the Coos Historical Society Museum, and there's a really nice interpretive panel outside on the bayfront that talks about how we built Highway 101. And who the engineer was, the Condi McCullough that designed the bridges. And I was struck by the comparison of the discussion today of how California is approaching their offshore wind development, but how unique Oregon is in its energy sector, in that we have this public body, this Bonneville Power Administration, that has done that. So I was confronted today with two examples of where government, a non-private sector entity, was responsible for big infrastructure development. What I'm finding is missing in this discussion of our offshore wind roadmap is, or what's present, is a presumption that offshore wind development would be done by private sector interests. I haven't heard such a discussion as to whether or not this next generation of large-scale infrastructure in Oregon would presumably just be done by private sector interests. And I think it might be appropriate at some point to have a discussion about whether or not, because this offshore area is so precious to our state, should we be having a discussion as to saying who should be responsible for that development? Should that take place? Should offshore wind be a public sector led initiative, like has happened with Bonneville Power Administration, like has happened with the development of our highway infrastructure? So I think from the trades perspective, I see an adequate time scale to anticipate construction jobs, the build it kind of jobs. The plan it and test it jobs are going to be at the front end. And I haven't heard a discussion as to whether or how Oregon might get involved in capitalizing on those jobs.
You know, one thing that we don't capture in the report, so that graph was showing floating offshore wind, the industry, right? That's the construction of the wind farm, planning, design, construction, operations, decommissioning of the wind farm. And then we also do transmission development, construction, and port development, construction in the report. What I don't include, and what I wanted to but didn't know how, was more this, you know, kind of public investment that's been happening, because the jobs that are being created right now, the industry doesn't even exist. And I have a job in the industry. I'm an offshore wind extension specialist through a federal grant. There's state grants that are supporting people working to move projects like the roadmap forward, to move projects like the AB 525 strategic plan forward. And I think those are critical roles that need to be considered for development. So I actually took advantage of a workforce grant to get certified through University of Massachusetts Offshore Wind Professional Certificate Program, which was also given to about, I want to say, 20 other individuals in our community here in Humboldt. And it's been leveraged to create a great amount of capacity within our community to engage in this space in a really knowledgeable way and productive way. So just noting that piece to your point was I don't know, something that I've thought about, didn't know how to pull it into it. But yeah, there is, at least in the front end, as we're seeing literally right now, a lot of jobs that it's people with, you know, university degrees or who are sitting at the table having these discussions, moving these policies forward.
Great.
And
we have
I think that's a great point. I do want to say, I think in Oregon there's a unique situation with AFSCME and SEIU and Professional Society Engineers and other unions that represent these professional staff, both at public agencies and private companies, approaching the apprenticeship model. And you see, I think ONA, the Nurses Association, talking about an apprenticeship model, more similar to what the building trades experiences, with a lot of the things that the building trades has benefit-wise. Ranfis made a great point about the model that the trades has for retention. And to touch on that as well, almost all of the building trades unions that I'm aware of have kind of not only tuition-free apprenticeship programs, so there's no cost to the worker and ongoing student loans and difficulty with that. But you have other things like our banks and dollar banks for healthcare, so that even if there are periods of layoff, the full family healthcare persists for months at times. So you're able to kind of, you know, weather the storm in many respects and follow the work, along with the portability of having the skill set that's recognized by, you know, every employer in the industry. So I think that's kind of an interesting point. Another thing that I do want to mention in terms of the public development is the first project labor agreement that was used for a major infrastructure project was the Grand Coulee Dam. So there's this kind of history of, you know, whether it's public or private development, whether there, you know, however it is done, the way to de-risk that is to have an agreement that ensures that there is a way to protect and develop the workforce responsibly. And now we're seeing ways that we can expand that concept outside of just workforce. And let's talk about the environment. Let's talk about community engagement and plans that, you know, support and recognize tribal sovereignty and the concerns and issues there. Let's talk about bringing on, you know, trawlers and fisher folk and others to make sure that if this project is to go and be developed, that it's developed in a responsible way, right? That everybody has a voice, everybody has those off ramps, enforcement, and is actively engaged in the process.
all right, Hans.
As a resident of the Oregon coast and a natural resource economist for 50 years, I've become a little bit wary of when we start talking about these mega projects in certain areas and the enthusiasm that goes with that. So I would, as I was thinking about this project, I was thinking, well, now what could we be looking at that might be comparable to something like this? And as I drive up the Columbia River, I see all these windmills everywhere, but I haven't seen that much development based on that energy development on the in that part of the coast. As I understand, most of the turbines are made in South Korea and they're shipped up there. So I would like to see a review of what's happened on the Columbia River as part of that wind energy part and how that has affected the Columbia River communities. And maybe could we expect that on the coast too? I just do not see a very big development happening in Coos Bay area as a result of this. Maybe I'm just getting too cynical in my old age. I don't know.
I will say the windmills themselves out there in the Columbia Gorge, there's a lot of development happening. If you were to take off of the side roads off of Highway 84, the amount of data farms that are being produced out there are all over. We have right now just our local union has 300 members out there working on those windmills and solar farms and building those data farms. It's increasing as the development out there. The Port of Morrow is building tremendous amount of new infrastructure and stuff for the data farms that are out there. So I don't know if that's the type of development you're talking about, but there is quite a bit of development happening out there. You just might not see it if you're going down there because you see the big windmills. But
in some of the stuff from a basic supply chain stance, I mean, it's not going to be shippable, so it's who's going to build it. Like, I mean, if you read most of those reports about how it'll kind of land up and down the coast, you're trying to avoid duplication, right? There's some stuff that's going to be better in Humboldt. There might be one thing that can be done in Coos Bay. Coos Bay shouldn't try to do everything. And we don't have the workforce for it. We don't have all the pieces, but there's probably a couple components that we would have a strategic advantage. And if we got in there first before another port figures it out, that would be ours, and we'd have it for the length of offshore wind on the West Coast. I mean, it would be pointless for somebody to try to duplicate. And so I think, I don't ever want to like be over anxious to try to take on too much, but I want to make sure we don't miss the boat completely, I think is kind of our thing. And right now it's the efforts are being led out of California.
And I think that's one of the things that Tanner's report kind of pointed to is like 60% of that job growth is in the supply chain side. So kind of figuring out like what are those one or two things that we could have a strategic advantage on, and what could the state of Oregon do to help identify that if needed or take advantage of it, right?
Something that I've been hearing from coastal community members directly is not just for offshore wind, but for any type of development, prioritizing local hiring is essential, and thinking about concerns about generational poverty, boom and bust culture. It was mentioned earlier, a lot of that, some of the boom and bust culture has fallen into lines sometimes with the open shop trades, but was wondering, something I've also have heard locally too, is that when we take a look at, I think parts of the coast, there are, let's say, more trades that are open shop than unions. So I guess the question I have is, when we think about that local workforce development, a lot of the playbook has been developed by unions. How is that intersection made with the landscape if there are more open shop trades, and how do we bridge those gaps and values together so that so that like that local hiring can happen, and a lot of those practices that have been developed by unions can also be adaptable to open shops as well.
I'll take that and I'll pass it to both Scott and Nate on this one. But I think if you look at the data in terms of like where you're likely, where open shops are probably getting their workforce, it's probably through a union apprenticeship program. It's probably someone who went through a training program, got hired, or someone did the training. Again, like I don't think open shops are pulling their weight when it comes to training their workforce. I think they're definitely getting their workforce from someone who's investing it. And it's probably 20% of the market probably is doing the legwork, and 80% are maybe free riders. But again, that's probably a good Mark Brenner question at YoLurk. But what I will say is project labor agreements, and Nate and Scott can better speak to this, does not have to exclude open shop. Oftentimes, some of the project labor agreements, especially public project labor agreements that we've seen, are inclusive. They do help raise the standards for wages and benefits for all workers performing the project. It does offer an opportunity for some of the open shops to develop a partnership with a union to try out what their union apprenticeship programs. The likely biggest barrier for an open, quote unquote, open shop or a small shop here in the coast will be their access to a skilled and trained workforce on these projects. And so the biggest need they're going to need, even if there were no PLA, is how do they have access to skilled and trained workforce? Again, if the trades have 70% of the union, registered apprentices, and they're doing all the upskilling and they're all self-funding, that's probably the most low-hanging fruit and least expensive approach to do it. The other, if we were to do it the other way, which I think Open Shop would like, it would mean state investment. And we know that there's already a budget shortfall this past year. Asking for money from the state is going to come from somewhere, probably from education, probably from roads, probably other coastal interests. It's already going to be difficult to sort of scrap the funding. So I think it's there are ways to approach this to the PLA that's inclusive, but Nate, maybe Scott, both of you can talk to how PLAs are still inclusive.
Go ahead, Scott, on the PLA side, and then I'll jump in on Northwest College of Construction.
Yeah, so we have signatory contractors and small shops on the coast in Coos Bay, North Bend area. I think one of the advantages to being union signatory is you can go from having 3 people to having 90 or 500 if you need to with a phone call, which is a kind of workforce development that you don't have access to otherwise, and know that you're getting those folks at a fair and respectable wage, that's a family wage with full benefits, and that you're getting qualified people to do that work that are skilled and trained and have been through the apprenticeship program, or have been certified otherwise. So I don't see a barrier there. There's nothing preventing the open shops that do exist from becoming signatory. We have open shops that contact us and cold call us and sign up, even in rural and outlying areas. I think last year we had somebody call from just outside the Dalles. They have 3 people. They wanted to sign up because they recognized the advantages to being union signatory. I don't see any kind of a burden or issue there. As Ranfis mentioned as well, a project labor agreement even does not require exclusion. It's a negotiated thing. So there may be carve outs for contractors and others. It may be union only. And in the mega projects we see, it's typically union only, and there'll be local firms, if they're not already union, which many of them are, will either joint venture or will become signatory to participate and then realize the advantages there and not ever go back. But there's no requirement to exclude people or anything like that out of the gate. I don't know if that answered the question, but those are just some kind of initial takes on that, I think, yeah, I'll let Nate take it from here.
I guess I just want to jump on the actual training that happens between the open shop and the union shops. There are open shop training apprenticeships out there, and I'm just going to speak on the operators side of things because that's really what I know. There's an open shop apprenticeship program for heavy equipment operators. Where they do their training is in a parking lot and then next to a building. Now, ours is an 89-acre site, and if you're running an excavator or a bulldozer, you need some land to go through and actually train somebody a safe way to do that. There's places in that you can pay $15,000 to $20,000 to go get trained in a 6 to 8 week course to run a big heavy piece of equipment. Ours is a 4 to 5 year program that trains you how to run that safely and efficiently. I would be like, I'm going to college for 8 weeks to get a degree. But y'all, some of you went to college for 5 years to get a degree or 4 years to get a degree. It's the same thing. Ours is an actual, ours is what I call the original, right? I mean, it's always been a 4-year program. So dating over 100 years. So that's the difference, at least on the training side, Ashley, between the open shop and us on that. So
I'd love to just make a comment from our experience here, and that is, that we do have open shops that partner with our community college, with a trades academy, to get people working here locally. And we have tribal-owned businesses here locally that are open shops and want to be able to participate on these projects. And while there are certain tasks and jobs that obviously might be well beyond what their capabilities are, I think ensuring that those pathways do exist in project labor agreements is important, and they do, and they did in ours, although there was still, some frustration about what those caps were for participation from the open shops. So what I would recommend and to people really interested in this is looking at examples of some of these fair PLAs is what we've been kind of calling them here. There's some examples in Oakland where they do create these pathways for open shops to participate, and also, ensuring that there are pathways for local community members to actually be on these jobs. Because we did see in this project labor agreement here locally that I think it was like 25% local hire, which is awesome, but we don't have, at least based on the numbers we saw initially, that many union workers to fill that. And there's not a lot of mandatory requirements or clear mechanisms for following through that we're aware of. And maybe that's something the unions can help us understand better is what those mechanisms are for ensuring if you don't meet those, thresholds of, let's say, 25%, what's being done to ensure that those jobs are filled. And just pointing that out, I absolutely love working with the unions up here, but also the open shops, and understanding they play an important part in our community. And when keeping these jobs local, I think it's important to be having those conversations with everybody. And then lastly, I just want to say, for our community jobs, and I noticed this in the draft outline for the roadmap, this importance around community services and community infrastructure. For example, here we are lacking childcare services, healthcare, et cetera, and then we're told there's going to be 1,000 more workers coming into the community. What does that mean? And then another benefit of having them be local is you don't get, work camps, which are associated with, missing and murdered Indigenous people and have other consequences on our community. So just kind of trying to give that host community perspective of having engaged in these conversations, just the different aspects that you all should be, considering.
I think
If I could-
that's a great point, and I think that is exactly why we talk about the need for these enforceable agreements, because enforceable agreements, and Nate can speak to this with housing issues in Eastern Oregon for operating engineers for these projects, ensuring, and we've done this even in Portland and Hillsborough, where there's not sufficient housing to meet the needs of the workforce there, even in these heavy industrialized areas. That can all be a component of that having housing development covered by that, having agreements with developers to invest in long-term beneficial economic generation for these communities, where they're building schools, they're building healthcare facilities, they're building housing, that those jobs are protected by, a union contract that has investments for retirement for folks living in multi-generational homes and situations, for healthcare that's covering the entire family, that then provides healthcare jobs locally within that community. And again, the investment in training infrastructure and everything else that's required. There's one way to do that, and that's through a legally enforceable agreement that ensures union involvement. Speaking to the healthcare situation, we just launched our membership chose at the international level to launch a healthcare initiative with grant programs and facilitation for working people to find access to healthcare locally, and ensure that there is a standard there for the wages for the folks engaged in the healthcare work. So these are the kind of investments and things that union members and signatory contractors can bring. And I want to say too, there's no limitation. Any contractor is welcome to come in and sign up and become a union contractor. There's some that don't, and that's an affirmative choice to not be a part of that community investment and support, that we feel. Nate mentioned the Northwest College of Construction, that does not have the same standards that the union programs have. And there's a reason for that. And it was a business choice that was made.
If I can just add another quick point.
Okay.
There is.
And then it is getting towards lunch. I have one more question I want to check online too.
Again, I just want to know, there is no, even if you have a project out here, there is no guarantee a local contractor will be hired. I think when you have legally enforceable agreements, you can ensure things like apprenticeship utilization, targeted hire, local hire. You can set goals for small and disadvantaged and local businesses to have an opportunity on these projects. What they will often require, though, because these are very specialized skill sets, is it will likely require some contractor to mentor a local contractor to do some of this work. So just want folks to know, a local residential contractor might not be able to just jump in to offshore wind. You're gonna have, if a goal is to get local contractors to do this, a mentorship program might have to be part of the agreement. You might have to have a legal agreement that oversees throughout the life of the project. Is the developer, is the general contractor, the tier one contractors meeting not only their workforce goals, but also their subcontracting goals. So that's really important, that without an agreement, there is no guarantee, there is no point of intervention. The second point I think is important to say is that I hope is an important prevailing value in this group is that when we're working on this ocean, that you have the highest qualified workers and contractors performing work. If the ocean is an important vital resource, if you want to minimize the impacts to the local ecology, you want workers who know what they're doing. You want contractors who know what they're doing. And then from a safety standpoint, you want to make sure that workers are safe, that you're not putting a year one or year two apprentice at risk at highly volatile ocean. You want to ensure that they're protected, and if there is harm, that there are additional protections for that worker. So I hope those are good prevailing North Star values. And then when it comes to worksite culture, we have agreements that include things like worksite anti-harassment policies, trainings for murdered, missing Indigenous people. Those are things that I think are being explored in Humboldt. We should bring that here and have that be part of our recommendation. So I just wanted to sort of note those points. especially just on this question on local contractors, like there is no guarantee, but with a legal agreement, we can begin to monitor and have those goals.
Sure. Thank you. And we just lost Kyle, I think. So he had to jump out. I wanted to just check online, and then I think the last question I want to close with is one of the themes this group has talked a lot about is regional collaboration with Washington and California. And so Tanner, just as we have you too, is just thinking through, okay, how do we stay connected as we start thinking of joint work that can be done? But anybody have a question online? I haven't seen hands go up, but I just want to make sure we haven't forgotten you. Okay. So maybe with Tanner kind of in close. Oh, yeah, Julie.
Thank you so much. I just want to double check with you to make sure that all these slide presentations that we're looking at today, you're going to be sending them to us or we have access to them?
Nate, is that okay? I don't know if you had slides. Is Lauren okay with that?
I'll circle back with.
Okay. And Scott, is that okay?
I think I saw something.
Was the thumbs
Yeah,
up? Okay.
yeah, feel free to share my slides.
Great. And Tanner, is that okay?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I
And I'm
just,
gonna throw
and one more thing, I just wanted to say thank you to the presenters who are doing the union apprenticeship programs. It's an encouraging process and a hopeful one throughout this program. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie. Tanner, were you going to jump in?
I was just noting that I'll throw the report that you can share my slides and I'll also share the report in the chat. But jumping into your question, Bobby, and kind of, closing out in terms of collaboration. Yeah, I think it's key, especially without the federal guidance, being gone and them just, not really being a reliable partner at this point. I think it's more important than ever to work together as the West Coast as a whole to move these projects forward. So we're not duplicating efforts. If we can supply the turbines through our staging integration port in Humboldt to Oregon, if it moves forward, great. If we can get components manufactured up there, awesome. I mean, I think the conversations just need to continue to happen. And in terms of workforce, and some collaboration opportunities. I already see some people online who are on our advisory committee for POW-C. So, we're having those conversations through that entity and researching things related to workforce, but, other concerns as well. And yeah, I guess just keep talking with each other. Obviously, the trades are in communication with their counterparts here in California. And I think the same should happen for workforce development boards or investment boards, as you all call them. I know that our workforce development board would be more than happy to talk about what we've done here locally with workforce dollars to get things moving early on, including, those studies or sending people to get offshore wind certificates. I think have done a great deal in getting our community up to speed and at a level where we can engage effectively on this topic. So thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Tanner, thank you. And Scott, thank you. And Nate and Randpeace, thank you very much. And Kyle, thank you as well. Great. Okay, so it's kind of time for public comment and then time for lunch. Is there anybody that's interested in public comment? We'll have a second one towards the end of the day. If you are interested online, if you could just kind of send a chat message to Andy, and then Andy can kind of cue me up that there's somebody online. Do any of our guests here want to say anything now? Okay. Andy, is there anybody online?
Hey, Bobby, I have not seen any hands raised or any chats that would indicate that there is a requested public comment.
Okay.
Let's maybe give participants just another few seconds here.
No problem.
But I'm not seeing anything as of yet.
Okay, and just while we're waiting, I won't close public comment period just yet. I'll just give some lunch details. Yeah. Perfect. So lunch is next door. We'll come back at 1:30. If you need a spot for doing your testimony or other things, we have the breakout room right next door. And so you're free to use that. If you're vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free, whatever dietary restrictions, if you just find a staff person and let them know, they'll hook you up with an individual plate. Okay? Take the moment to get outside after you eat lunch, sit with people you don't know. This is a full hour of kind of downtime, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. So thank you. Folks online, we'll go mute for a little bit, but we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Password on it.
Chuck?
Yeah, you should go. Hey, folks, we're just gathering back together here. We'll probably get started in about 3 minutes, but hopefully folks got a good rest. We'll get started here in just a moment. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and come back together. Cynthia, are you with us? Andy, you with us?
I am here, and I think Andy's here for a little bit.
All right, perfect. So Cynthia, you're taking over as my Zoom guru for the afternoon, right?
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to get my video on, and I'm having technical difficulties. There we go. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and if I don't know, Jeff, if we were in charge of the recording or if
I
Mandy.
am actually.
All right, great, Mandy. Let's go ahead and start the recording and we'll convene. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully folks got a good lunch. If you have from earlier today where I asked kind of for those Post-its on if key folks you wanted to read the roadmap, how would they feel when they read it? Can I collect those Post-its now? Thank you. Oh, Gina's collecting them for us. Thank you, Gina. Appreciate it. All right, so the plan for this afternoon, Jeff is going to walk us through the permitting process. So I think as Jeff and I were kind of looking through the slides and prepping for this, just know that permitting involves an alphabet soup of agencies. Yeah, we all know this to be true. When you see the alphabet soup of federal agencies and the alphabet soup of state agencies, it might feel overwhelming when you first see it, but we're going to break it down. So we'll go through all of that. And then we'll get some updates around all the various forms of engagement that have been happening with tribes and the community. And then again, we'll close with what are some of the key commitments and other things we want to make to each other, kind of carrying us through the summer. Does that sound good? If we have some time, we'll bring back the second iteration of the roadmap diagrams for some additional feedback on that too. Jeff, anything else for this afternoon? Does that sound pretty good? Okay. You ready to share your slides and take it away?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And I'll just give the caveat for folks online. The internet here in the room has been kind of going in and out. So if we lose you for a little bit, we've been maintaining audio and other connectivity, but if the slides stall, that's why. All right, Jeff.
All right. By popular request, and with the reminder that you asked for this, here we go. Let's talk about the regulatory process for offshore wind. What I'm going to show you are a series of diagrams. Some of them you've seen before in past months. I'm trying to bring it all together in one place. I have a couple of new ones that talk specifically about the permitting at the construction and operations plan stage, surprisingly, I could not find a really good diagram. So I made my own, and I reached out to BOEM. I reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers and our state agency partners to try to make sure I'm more or less accurate. But we'll see what we see.
Hey, Jeff, as you walk us through these, are there particular things you want people to have in mind, like feedback that you're going to end up asking for so folks can kind of jot notes as they go along?
The way I'm envisioning this is there's interest for the roadmap to make the permitting process really clear. And so this is me trying to show you what clarity means to me. If there are things that are not clear, please ask questions. Let's make sure that everybody understands this, and that will help me know how to focus in the document, how I tell this story. And then as we go in, I am also going to try to connect this to two different areas that we talked about in May. One of them being public engagement opportunities and how those fit into that process. And beyond just the formal process, are there opportunities that are not formalized that we think are worth considering? And then tying it in again to this concept of exit ramps and trying to make clear where I see that there are already some formal opportunities at various points in the process where the state already has a mechanism to exit further consideration if we aren't getting the information we need or if certain assurances that we need are not in place. And so those are going to be emergent out of the conversation, and some questions I'll ask along the way of like, how do we feel about these things now that we've seen the process laid out? Okay, let's begin. And I'm going to show you this, the same basic stuff in a few different ways. So please bear with me here. What I'm showing here on the screen is a top level pictogram of the parts and pieces of an offshore wind project. And this is really focusing, this isn't including the shoreside develop, like if you were to develop a staging facility in Coos Bay, that's not on this picture. This is more of the turbines, which you can see that hexagonal shape over there that you saw earlier this morning. There's that yellow oval, which represents a substation. So anytime you have multiple turbines out there, you need to collect that power in one place that then you can shuttle to shore with fewer cables. And that is a design that I don't think has really been tested or existed for floating out here. And so it's going to need to be part of the package as well. Then there are the cables that you can see as those black lines that cross through both federal waters and state waters. And that blue line in the middle separates those jurisdictions. And state waters goes out to 3 nautical miles. Once you then reach the shore, that yellow piece, that to me represents the beach. And then on land, that could be the upland areas in a city or county where you are trying to then connect those cables to the larger grid. Starting out at federal waters, there are a number of permits and authorizations that need to happen. The two biggest ones are the BOEM Construction and Operations Plan, which is where they will give authorization for a developer, for a project applicant in an area that has already been leased to go out and actually build something. And that operations and construction plan would have details about the project. And then there would also be, it's called a GAP, general activity plan or something like that, that would describe how they would operate once they're out there. And those are subject to federal approval. They're subject to state federal consistency review. There's also a permit that would need to be obtained from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers under 2 different sections of different laws. There's the Clean Water Act, Section 404, which regulates discharge of material to any waters of the United States. And so when you have anchors and cables, anything that's disturbing the seafloor, there's a discharge associated with that, takes a federal permit. We review that as well. There's also a Section 10 permit under the Rivers and Harbors Act, which covers any infrastructure in navigable waters of the United States. And those are typically a combined permit from the Army Corps when they do these. And we review 404 and Section 10 permits all the time in our coastal program. We do about 100 a year for anything from fixing up the old family dock to building a shoreside facility. There are lots of things that can take these kinds of permits. They're pretty standard fare that we work with. There would also, as part of the Army Corps permit, be a Clean Water Act water quality certification. The way it works in state waters is that the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality issues these. They're called a 401 water quality certification. And the Army Corps cannot issue its permit until they get the green light from DEQ that what they're doing is consistent with water quality standards. My expectation and understanding is that the state would also issue a 401 water quality certification for the Army Corps permits offshore. I still need to double, triple confirm that it hasn't shifted from state authority to EPA. But regardless, there would be a need for a water quality cert there. There's also a clean air permit that typically is bundled with the Army Corps permit. If anyone was watching the news over the last couple of months, there was a big dust up on the East Coast where a project that already had all of its permits and was ready to go in New York had its Clean Air Act permit rescinded by EPA, who had issued it because they wanted to take a second look. So I hadn't really clocked that one until seeing that news story and then realizing, oh, that's part of it. So those federal permits out in federal waters where it's federal jurisdiction, that's where we're really glad in Oregon that we have this geographic location description, this GLD, which allows us to extend our federal consistency authority out to a depth of 500 fathoms out into federal waters. And because of that, we are expecting that any offshore wind project, the BOEM construction operations plan and the Army Corps permit would both be subject to federal consistency review. And the way we've talked about it and heard about it from other states is that can be a combined review because you're really looking at the same project, but that's the state's big hook there. Before BOEM could issue a construction and operations plan, they are also required under federal laws such as the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Endangered Species Act, and I can't remember the one that relates to birds. Migratory Bird Treaty Act is one of them. But there are various protection laws for species that require the lead federal agency, which in this case is BOEM, to have consultations with the federal resource agencies. So that would be the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service to conduct consultations related to the Endangered Species Act, MMPA, et cetera, that then could lead to recommendations or conditions on that federal permit. NIMF's Marine Fisheries Service can also issue like incidental harassment authorizations or incidental take authorizations for protected species that, where there may not be a population effect to a protected species, but that could provide guidance and a limited ability to have an effect on those species as a result of the action that you're trying to take. And I'm looking at Delia. Does that sound right? Okay, good. Thank you. So all of that would be going on.
Jeff, you're missing consultation with state and tribes.
Thank you. Yes, another consultation, thank you, that is required under the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, is that the lead federal agency needs to conduct tribal consultations as part of ensuring protection for archaeological resources. Yes, well, in federal waters, it's not clear to me if SHPO has a part to play, but inside state territory, yes. So then coming into state waters, you do see SHPO as one of the bullets there. So we're really talking about cables. That's the part of the infrastructure that would be inside state jurisdiction. So the BOEM construction and operations plan, the Army Corps permit, those are still applicable in that area because they're addressing that part of the project. Pardon me. But then at the state level, there are also specific state permits or authorizations that would come into play. You would need to get a cable easement from the Department of State Lands for the use of the seafloor to host a cable for a certain amount of time. DSL also issues removal fill permits that are similar in nature to the Army Corps permit, where when you're discharging, when you're either removing material from lands of the state, or when you're adding something that wasn't there before, you have to receive a permit there.
Regarding cables, cable burial is a preferred requirement or policy for state of Oregon. And one way that cables are buried is with trenching plows. That's not necessarily removal, it's displacement of the bottom. And I wondered if the fill and removal permitting program is actually applicable to plowing the seabed.
The way that I understand it is that when you're adding a cable, you are filling part of the seafloor with something that wasn't there before. So
there's a
well, if you're doing miles of cable, that's a fair question. I can look into the 50 cubic yards, but I think for the OSU PackWave project, for example, there was a removal fill permit required there. So, and then similarly, that DEQ water quality certification would apply to the Army Corps permit, the removal fill permit. And then as Rick mentioned, from the State Historic Preservation Office, the SHPO, there are requirements for archaeological permits, and that's part of the Historic Preservation Act consultation, but then also within the state, we have archaeological protection policies. Oh, sorry, one sec. I think someone's trying to, never mind. Okay. And then the federal consistency review would apply there. For anything that is crossing over or under the beach, that would trigger an ocean shore permit issued by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. So if you think about data cables that come to shore in Oregon, or the power cables from the PackWave project, for example, there was a state permit that addressed that. And then there may also be local land use permits at the city or county level that would address the placement of the cable, the routing of the cable, and then any infrastructure on state or county lands, such as like a vault where the cable comes in and then connects to the larger grid. There could also be any upgrades to substations or any new transmission lines or things of the like that would encounter the need for local land use compatibility. And I see a hand, Delia, if we can get just one moment here.
Quickly, just to add, if we have developments in state waters beyond the cables, things like the platforms that they are considering, the floating platforms, I believe that would be not a DSL cable easement, but a DSL lease. So there's other proprietary agreements that the state can have, and those, some of them are conditional.
Thank you. When you're talking about a platform, though, there wouldn't be a platform in, well, I guess if there was a project proposed in state waters, then it would.
What I'm talking about is the like the substations. Yeah, the floating substations. So the floating projects in other parts of the world have the turbines in deeper waters, the cables to shore, and then substations, which could be in state waters. They could be right along the border between state and federal. We don't know. But if they were in state waters, I think there would be a different state authorization through DSL for that.
Good point. Yeah. Any infrastructure out there
Right.
that, needs to use a part of the submerged lands owned by the state would have that as part of it. So that's the big picture. And now let's dig in a little deeper. I'm including this slide. We had an OSU Masters of Public Policy class help us out over the last term, answering some questions for us that are going to feed into this roadmap. One of the questions that I asked them to look into was the handoff between BOEM and Bessie. And if you remember, the joke that I heard from someone at Bessie was that you date BOEM and you marry Bessie, because Bessie is the one that takes over the ongoing enforcement and oversight of a project once it exists. And they were helping us, and they actually were talking to us about the blade failure incident that happened last year. So I hope to be able to talk to you about that sometime in the future. But they had this slide, which I thought was so cool that I wanted to just put it up here so that you can see that at the federal level, there are a number of agencies who all have a part to play. And that includes NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the consultation roles that I mentioned, EPA, that they have that clean water and clean air responsibility, FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, can have a part to play in cables, as I understand it. The Army Corps deals with obstructions in navigable waterways and discharge of material. And the Historic Preservation Act, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation has a part to play. And then the Coast Guard. So the Coast Guard has a part down the road where they have like navigation advisories, or honestly, it's an area I need to learn about a little bit more of where their authority comes in, but it happens after the construction operations plan phase. You've seen this diagram many times before, but again, to orient us, this is how BOEM communicates and conceives of how their process works, where they are, because they are largely responsible for just the leasing piece, but then also approving that construction and operations plan, that activity plan, that's where their focus is. A lot of the, how do you get something on the water? And then once it's installed, that's where they hand off the whole package to Bessie. And Gina, please go ahead.
I just have a quick question for you. Based upon our last experience where they were going through the leasing process, doing the call areas, and like at what point in the previous slide would the military come in? Because I know it's not regulatory, but it clearly has a huge influence on the process. And I don't know where in this timeline or that previous slide that they get engaged. I didn't see them on the consultation list. So I was just curious if you knew.
I don't know. I mean, I know they came in late in the BOEM process and had a significant authority to say, you can't go here.
I spoke directly with Doug Boren during that process, especially when the Coos Bay call area got so much attention. And then in the 11th hour, suddenly it shrunk because of the military. And I went, well, what the hell are you guys doing? You're a sister federal agency. And it turns out the folks at BOEM told me that they had been sending all this information to the Department of Defense from the very, very beginning, trying to engage them for input, but they never got anything back until this thing started to get some traction. And obviously it made its way through the Pentagon to a certain point where oh no, we can't have that. So it was a frustration that was expressed to me by just interagency coordination at the federal level. BOEM attempted to engage the Army or the Department of Defense from the very beginning, but it drug our community through this needless exercise to consider the vast majority of an entire call area that was then the proposing agency then withdrew further consideration of it after our community had a wrangle with the idea or the prospect of having the development take place there. So it was just internal agency operations at Department of Defense.
And I don't want to get us stuck too much in Department of Defense, because I think national security means national security can come in whenever it wants. It can come in at marine spatial planning anywhere it wants. I mean, in terms of regulatory oversight, I think that's what you were wanting to learn a little bit more. But as an ocean user with national security behind them, so yeah.
And Rick or Delia, did you have anything you wanted to?
Same thing.
Bobby, can I say one thing?
A big piece was also removed. My understanding, not only was there the DoD component, but there was a Coast Guard component that took out a chunk as well. Am I wrong?
I don't know the answer. I'd like to.
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. Cynthia, was that you chiming
No,
in?
Bobby, it's Julie Seastrom from
Julie.
CT
Okay.
Clusi. I just wanted to follow up with what both Mike and Rick were saying, that there was a point with BOEM where DOD blocked a certain part of the area that they were trying to take off of Coos Bay, off of Gregory Point, because they had a naval facility. They still have it there. And at that point, in one of the consultations, I asked them, well, since you can't have that one spot, can you block the whole coast? And they didn't have any positive response to that. But it was nice to hear what Mike had to say, as far as he got a lot more of an in-depth conversation about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. All right, Jeff.
Okay. So you've seen this before, and what I wanted to really emphasize was when we're thinking about our roadmap, my focus has been on where does the state actually get to play? And that's those two yellow arrows you see there. The federal consistency mechanism, and then at that second arrow, any state permits and local permits or authorizations, those are really the state's opportunity to weigh in on this process in an official capacity. So we had the consistency review of the leasing proposal last year. So there's an example of that. And then there's a period of roughly 5 years where if a lease proceeds, then the owner of that lease is authorized to go out and conduct characterization activities, putting out buoys, doing sonar surveys, doing geotechnical, assessments, looking at what species are there, all to feed into their application for a construction and operations plan. And what you can see is that they would submit a construction operations plan pretty far in advance of when our review would happen. And they're submitting that COP to BOEM and doing a couple of rounds of revision and clarification between BOEM and the applicant before BOEM says, okay, we think this COP is complete and it's good enough that we can now begin our NEPA process, doing our environmental documents that would then be looking at the environmental impact of approving this construction and operations plan. And under the regulations that were just updated last year, the Renewable Energy Modernization Rules, BOEM clarified and committed that they would begin the state's federal consistency review process at the time the draft EIS is available for public review. And that was actually a win for the states, because apparently on the East Coast, they were submitting the COP to the states before there was ever an environmental document to look at. And so the state would have to say, that's nice, but we're not going to begin our review until you give us an EIS. And it was just a friction point. But that's fixed now. So really our starting gun would be when there is an EIS or an environmental assessment to look at and a construction and operations plan. And then that would begin the deeper process that I'm about to show you.
And so, Jeff, can I interrupt you just real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just seeing some activity. Cynthia, is there anything going on in chat or online that we should pay attention to?
Well, I think I'm unmuted. Okay. First of all, I just wanted to go back to the agencies that are monitoring after something's been approved, and staff from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service indicated that the FAA is also important for monitoring the lighting of tower structures on water and land. And then I will, if Scott or Susan want to chime in on some of what they had mentioned, I would encourage them to do that.
Susan, anything you wanted to add?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay. Yeah, Scott and I both mentioned the U.S. Coast Guard PAC-PARS study, which is the Port Access Route Study. Coast Guard did this in 2022 and 2023, I believe, as a way to identify shipping lanes and to make sure that there were no permanent structures in areas for shipping and navigation and access to ports. So I put some links in the chat about the study, its completion, and where to find those reports for Coast Guard districts around the country.
Great, thanks, Susan. All right, get away, Jeff. Oh, sure. And then Ann, I see you.
Jeff, when you talked about the EIS, I'm assuming we're going to have an opportunity to weigh in on what belongs in the EIS. So are you talking about the notice to prepare an EIS, or maybe that's a little in the weeds, but it's important to
Sure.
know the level of input that we're going to be able to have at that stage.
My understanding is that NEPA has its own rules of play and it has its own process. Of course, that is in flux right now with how the change in federal direction has kind of made it a free-for-all of each agency to determine their own way of complying with NEPA. But the way it typically works is there is a notice of intent to prepare the EIS. There is a scoping phase where there is kind of an open call for what the EIS needs to consider, what information sources are out there. And so that can be an important step kind of in parallel to this process to make sure that the NEPA piece is done right. But if ultimately for our purposes, if that EIS or EA doesn't have the information we need to determine consistency with our policies, then we can require that information to be brought in. So like I consider the scoping phase of the NEPA to be in everyone's best interest to identify the information we want to see early on. But it's I would say informal.
Jeff, I have a clarifying question for you, or if somebody else in this room knows. A lot of us have been asking all along for a programmatic environmental impact statement for the California current ecosystem. And, we kind of kept getting the answer from BOEM of oh, well, we'll do that later at the COPS phase. But I don't really still understand if they would ever do a programmatic or they would just try to do cumulative assessment in a one construction EIS. Do you know what I'm saying? Did you get any sense in your research as to when that would happen on the West Coast at this point? Or are they going to just try to, I know they did one in California for the planning part. I'm just kind of confused as to, are we ever going to get that?
That's a good flag for me if we can record that I should dig into what are the legal requirements to even conduct a programmatic level EIS? That is there actually a requirement for projects of a certain nature or a certain type, or was it a kind of voluntary measure? I don't know the answer to that. I see Delia might have an answer. What I can tell you about what happened in California, at least, was that in just de facto, they issued the 5 leases and then performed the programmatic EIS on the 5 leases they had given out. And what I understand about it was the idea was to look at the cumulative effect of if they built those 5 leases, and then that could be a resource down the road when each individual project is submitting its COP. They could point to the programmatic and say, look, the cumulative assessment was already done. Go look at that. But that they weren't doing it before the leasing.
It's more of a clarifying question for the folk, maybe for you, Ann, but just curious, what's the goal or the outcome folks are hoping for programmatic EIS on the California current? And then is this something that could be part of like a multi-state ask? Because it seems like it's also my understanding of the California current is like multiple crosses past respective state waters beyond boundaries. So yeah, just, I'm just more curious. So that's where I'm coming from on my questions here.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think he asked you directly, but I think in the, what was the last, I forget if it was May or a prior roundtable meeting, we took to starting to talk about cumulative effects analysis rather than programmatic EIS, just to get it functionally, getting out of the EIS world, but like getting the information.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I mean, I was bringing it up in this context just because Jeff is really working on the permitting stuff. And I mean, from my perspective, the goal of a lot of us that were concerned about wildlife and wildlife resources, wild food resources, fisheries, all that kind of stuff was that these living resources transit through a whole ecosystem and have different parts of their lives occur in different parts of this larger ecosystem. And so if we're talking not about one, but a potential of 6 or 8 or however many turbine arrays there could be, that we need to be thinking about, like if whales are going past 1, maybe there's no big deal. But if there's 8, then does there start to be, those kinds of questions? And that somebody needs to ask that and come up with at least some, I don't know, some answers. Anyway.
Did I answer your question, right? Yeah. So these are quick clarifying questions? Yeah, okay.
It's just more of a clarifying statement, but just real quick, I want to say there's that big window of time during site assessment and surveys. And I can just say from the National Wildlife perspective, where we've done this work on the East Coast and other places, there's a lot of informal ways for people to be in direct communication with developers. And this is where we've gotten a lot of voluntary measures out of developers on the East Coast, way beyond what they're legally obligated to do from those conversations and relationships. And they've formed contractual agreements, about vessel speeds and things like that. And there's consultation back and forth throughout that entire process and through operations. So I just want to emphasize that there is an informal process that can be happening, especially around environmental concerns and species concerns that are not strictly in this like permitting realm that Jeff is talking about, that I think is good for us to just know is an option if we're at that stage. Yeah, literally. I mean, usually it's kind of more coalition. Like there is a group of groups that were concerned about wildlife impacts who were collectively working together with developers, but it's literally like people to people. Like, their person will contact our person and they'll be like, hey, we're having this issue. What should we do about it in terms of like a whale being in the area? And they're like, you got to wait for them to leave. Just wait for them to leave. But you know what it means? But it's like, that's where it's like, I think we kind of think of these things in the abstract, but it's actually relational, like what we're doing right here and now. It's people talking to each other and working these conversations out. So I just wanted to put that in. That's another layer that's not fleshed out in this diagram and doesn't need to be, but I just want us to be aware that that's another way that these things play out in real life.
Yeah, and that's a good reminder that we're talking about kind of the permitting and the regulatory side, right? So you mentioned there's voluntary agreements. We have legally enforceable agreements, which are just kind of outside government, but are a different way of accountability. And then there's just information that's out there, right? So if you as a roundtable are just really clear on the information you want, the kinds of things you want happening out there on the ocean, then you can kind of think about which buckets it makes sense. And so, Jeff, I think you're taking us through the permitting to show us, like, currently in the regulatory side, these are the checks that we have. And if there's something that you all see is missing, then we can have a conversation as a roundtable about which bucket it might go into. So I saw Natalia and then Rick. And then, Jeff, I think our pacing is okay to get you through, but will you let me know if, okay. Natalia?
I was going to say, Bobby, there's also Steph after Natalia. I don't know if you noticed.
Okay, we'll go Natalia, then Rick, and then Steph. Natalia, we can't hear you. It looks like you came off mute, but I can't hear you in the room. All right, I'm gonna go to Rick here in the room, Natalia. If you could chat with Cynthia, and we can figure out the audio piece, and I'll circle back to you. But Rick, here's the mic.
Sorry. So the current guidance issued by the Trump administration under NEPA, they withdrew the Council on Environmental Quality regulations. They directed agencies to develop their own, but they should use the previous 2020 regulations as guidance, which redefined effects to remove cumulative effects. So unless there's been this flip-flopping back and forth of regulations, but if things were to stay as they are, if we want a cumulative effects analysis to occur, it's something the state is going to have to either do or require through your authorities.
Thank you. And if you recall back to February when we did the deep dive on the policies we have on the books, Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan does require a cumulative analysis as part of the information the state needs in order to determine compatibility. So if they don't do it under NEPA, they're going to have to do it for us. And so, yeah.
Good.
Steph, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I had put this in the chat, but I thought it was worth just kind of chiming in for. It is my understanding that typically under NEPA, traditionally, the cumulative effects would be evaluated, but the way the analysis is done is typically they analyze the cumulative effects of, say, a developmental style build out. So if you know that your wind or whatever farm, for lack of a better phrase, is going to have like the potential for 50 devices, it is the cumulative effect of what would all those 50 devices be. It is not the cumulative effect of like 20 different developments along the Pacific coast, if that makes sense. So it is one unit isolated with a build out cumulative effects, as opposed to like, say, one in Humboldt, one in Coos Bay, one in Newport, one in Central Coast of California or something like that. It is not looking at the Pacific coast as a whole cumulative effects. And they're not required to do programmatic reviews, by the way. I wanted to throw that out there as well. Programmatics are independent agencies will determine if it's in their best interest to do a programmatic analysis. And that is up to the individual agency.
Okay, thank you. Natalia, let's try you again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Oh gosh, I'm already started typing. For some reason, Zoom blocked the sound. So I just want to clarify regarding the question when militaries come up. So we should all remember that energy sector is considering critical infrastructure sector. So any energy system would be, and also threats, doesn't matter natural or disaster, earthquake in case, or human-made threats, would be monitored by a specific agency. And so the military can come up anytime, and there is a presidential policy directive, I think it was signed in 2013, about critical infrastructure security and resilience. And there is a list of sector-specific agency included there, like Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, and etc. So they may be involved in this stage and in the process at any time. So yeah, that's just I want to clarify. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that, Natalia. All right, Jeff.
All right. This was a good clarification to make. So I am putting up on the screen the language that is in part 5, and our cumulative effect analysis does require taking into account the effect of existing and future human activities and the regional effects of global climate change. So we do have a broader concept of cumulative effect in the way that we are engaging in it here. But here again, we're looking for gaps. So if there are any.
All right. So go for it, Mike. But then, Jeff, I do want you to keep us moving.
Yep. Thank you.
If we're talking about the California current large marine ecosystem, and California and Oregon would cooperate on one of these cumulative effects studies, one thing that's different in California is they have their state equivalent of NEPA. And I don't see that Oregon has a state equivalent of NEPA. So I don't know if that's a policy gap, but in the context of this discussion, it's probably relevant because if Oregon is cooperating on a cumulative effects study, then it's very likely that if they're cooperating with California, then CEQA would apply to the analysis that would be taking place in Oregon as well as California. Maybe, don't know. But there's a differential. These states have different policies in place, is my point. And California has one policy that would be engaged in exactly the same development if it were taking place in Del Norte County. There would be a different set of policies than there would be happening in Oregon, even though the ecological consequences would very likely be similar.
Thanks. Can I have y'all's permission to keep trucking? All right.
Well, I didn't know if Joe had anything. I don't know if
Oh,
Bobby
sorry,
wants to let
Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question for Jeff. When you talked about TSP5 having a more expansive view of cumulative impacts and analysis, does that expand out from state waters into the federal waters with regard to, I think it was like that GAD thing that allows the state influence to be felt outside in federal waters?
With the GLD.
GLD. That's
Yeah, it's our understanding and expectation that that policy that requires that information would be applicable to a project out there.
Thanks.
All right, so you see that little magnifying glass there. We're going to zoom in to the point at which the state really gets going on review of a construction and operations plan. So take a moment, take it in. I will narrate what's going on here. At the top, there's just kind of a generalized timeline. The things that are in orange represent pieces that are within the federal responsibility and jurisdiction. The blue is kind of a little bit of both, and green is all in the state. So at the very top, you can see the BOEM construction operations plan and general activities plan. What I should have done is have that orange line extend to the left off the page. Just forgot to do it because, as I mentioned before, BOEM would already have had that COP in their hands for a while, and they would have been working with the developer to answer any open questions about the proposed project to get it to a place where they felt that it was ready to then have the environmental reviews and to come to the state and others. But really, for me, the starting gun is when there's a draft EA or EIS, because that is also the time at which the federal consistency review can begin. That NEPA analysis, as I understand it, is important as well for the Army Corps assessment of when they issue their permits. So typically, in a perfect world, your applicant would be ready to submit all those applications on the same day. And so this is an idealized version of a regulatory process with the understanding that these things might get submitted in kind of a staggered fashion, but there are some important timelines associated with these. So each bar represents the amount of time that is typically required to conduct the review of that application or of that permit. And then if you see a diamond at the end, that represents that the agency is making a decision, is issuing a permit, is issuing an authorization. So the BOEM construction operations plan up at the top, that is subject to federal consistency review. NEPA would be part of that process that is informing the COP in regards to the environmental effects. And then those smaller orange bars are those consultations that I was referring to earlier that are the responsibility of the lead federal agency to reach out to the resource agency partners at the federal level and perform those consultations for historic preservation, essential fish habitat, marine mammals, endangered species, coordination under the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, the FWCA, coordination under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the MBTA. So in addition to the alphabet soup of agencies, there are also like acronyms on acronyms for the types of consultations that occur. But that's all part of their process as they're working through that. And the Army Corps, if there was something happening inshore and the Army Corps was the lead in the permit, they would be doing all that consultation. But because this is BOEM in the lead, they're responsible for doing that. And as you can see, there is a light green arrow that is coming out the end of the construction and operations plan and out the end of the Army Corps permit. And what that represents is that both of those are subject to federal consistency review. And so the agency has to wait until they have that federal consistency decision in hand before they can issue. Typically, the state under the federal regulations is allowed 6 months to conduct a federal consistency review. However, if at that 6-month mark, the state does not have key information that they need in order to make a decision, there is an opportunity to do a stay agreement that can extend that review period for another 6 months. And then when that 6 months is over, if they still don't have the information, it can be extended again. And it's optional. So the state can negotiate with the applicant and say, you have two choices. Either we can agree to a 6-month stay agreement and give you time to give us the information that we need. Or if you prefer, we can object now because we lack sufficient information to say that this is consistent. And I can't think of a time when an applicant has said, please just give me the objection now, that people will ask for more time. And talking with East Coast counterparts, I heard of one project where it had to undergo, I think it was 5 stay agreements before they completed the review. And part of that was because the state was waiting for the NEPA analysis that was not yet ready. But I think there was also a part of it, and don't quote, I think I remember hearing this, that they needed some additional baseline information. And they needed, I think it was 2 years of information. And so that just took time to have it come in. And so that's why those arrows extend and have dotted lines, because there is that potential that a 6-month review from the state could actually turn out to be longer. We also have the water quality certification from DEQ. Their typical review period is also 6 months, but under the regulations, they are allowed up to a year. And so that's why that has a dotted line there, just because we're not clear yet. DSL has, I think it's, what is it, 4 or 5 months? I can't recall exactly the number. Maybe Natalia can help fill in there, where they typically go before they make a decision. DSL also is responsible for that seafloor easement. And that date is a little bit flexible as well, but we're going to call it 6 months. Ocean Shore's permit is typically, I want to say 45 days. And then the local permits and authorizations can kind of depend on the type that's necessary. But bottom line being that when we're doing our federal consistency review, we are waiting for all of those other state and local authorizations to be in our hands, because those give us the evidence of consistency. And we have a law in Oregon, one of our administrative rules, that tells DLCD we can't issue a federal consistency decision absent the permits or authorizations, that those are the only acceptable form of evidence of consistency for the policies that underlie those permits. And so really the way I describe it to applicants when I was the federal consistency coordinator is that the federal consistency is the caboose on the permitting train when it comes to the state and local process. There's also this green, dark green rectangle over on the left with the word JART there. JART stands for Joint Agency Review Team. It is, and I have a slide on it here in just a moment. It is a DSL-led collaborative team of multiple agencies that come together to review projects out in the ocean, and it's required under both administrative rules and under the territorial sea plan. And it's a way to have kind of a core team, if you will, that is looking at these things holistically and together. And then, as I mentioned, the Coast Guard has a consultation and this thing called the PATON, and I don't remember what that stands for. Can someone help me out there if you know? Sure. Private Aids to Navigation. Thank you, Delia. Coming in with that. So this is a lot to take in, but this for us is the game plan for like the main review that the state would do. That these are the big parts and pieces. As Stephanie mentioned, there is also the FAA component. There are other pieces in there, like if there's an archaeological permit, that's not reflected here. So there may be other parts of this that are not fully reflected, but this is the general picture. And Delia, I see your hand raised.
I did ask Steph to clarify and confirm because I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure that the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act does not apply to offshore wind under the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act.
Oh,
yeah.
That is correct.
Maybe
You're
put it.
correct, Delia.
Thanks, Steph. So
There was a solicitor's opinion from Interior back in 1981, I want to say, maybe 83. And we had challenged that under Obama in the 2000s of something, and it was deemed that the solicitor's opinion of 81 applies to offshore renewable energy as well as fossil fuels.
Okay. Thank you. I should have sent this diagram to you, I guess, before this week's meeting. Thank you. This is the one that I by BOEM and the Corps and state agency partners. So I think I got it just about right. But if you are on the meeting here today and you're seeing something that you want me to correct or clarify, please do chime in the chat or in the comments.
If I may, I do want to clarify with the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, if FERC is involved, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, meaning that it is a hydrokinetic type activity or a hydropower activity, the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act is actually built into the FERC process. So technically, it does apply if it's hydrokinetic or hydropower, but not if it's wind.
Ah, thank you. So this is where I neglected before and should extend some thanks to what was the Oregon Wave Energy Trust, now POET. There was a study report done in 2009 that had a diagram that looked very similar to this and was describing the wave energy system. That's probably why this is here, because I didn't realize there was that aspect to it. But just, I guess, reach back to May and thank you, Jason Bush, again, for reminding me that this was out there because it was very helpful.
And Dean, I see your hand up, but Jeff, just in the offers for comments on this, we'll post the slides to the website, and maybe we'll send an email out, follow-up email. And then if folks had particular comments or fixes, they could email them to you after today too.
Great. Yeah.
Okay. Dean.
Yeah, a quick question. And I was out for a bit and might have missed something. So If I did, just let me know. So, and having worked on these projects in the East Coast for private wind developers, what I learned, and I know I've told you, Jeff, this before, but by the time you're doing that consistency review, if you've already got they've already leased the area, they've already done the construction and operations plan, they may or may not be heading into NEPA yet. It's if the state's concern was, let's say, visual resources or scenic resources, and you wanted to your goal was to hold the impact down to what we call in the trade visual subordination. On a big wind project, like over 50 turbines at a distance of say 15 to 20 miles, you won't be able to do that. And I should say they won't be able to do that. They can't do enough mitigation to make it meet that kind of standard, which is the standard that's implied in the territorial sea plan. So I just wanted to bring that up because it's an argument for the spatial marine planning so that we avoid areas where we're going to run into problems. Thanks.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned, a little bit deeper dive into what these joint agency review teams are. As I mentioned, they're required under parts 4 and 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan and Oregon administrative rules. With a JART, DSL has the responsibility and authority for convening the JART. And there are 2 different phases when a JART can come together, pre-application and application phase. The pre-application meeting timing is flexible. It could be months before an application or even longer. It really depends on the project. The membership of a JART includes state agencies, applicable federal agencies, local jurisdictions from affected cities, counties, and port districts. And then there's also an opportunity at DSL's discretion to invite statewide and local organizations and advisory committees with specific technical expertise that would assist with the review and provide important feedback into that review. It also includes federally recognized coastal tribes. So DSL does retain that authority for the composition and timing. The purpose of the JART is to come together and make certain recommendations to the state agencies and local authorities who are responsible for making those actual decisions about permits. And in the Territorial Sea Plan, it describes that the JART can provide recommendations on the adequacy of resource inventories and effect evaluations, so including like cumulative effects, the adequacy of the NEPA evaluation, the adequacy of the operations plan, including monitoring and adaptive management that's required under the Territorial Sea Plan. The JART can make recommendations about whether the information provided meets the standards and criteria, including ecological protection, fisheries protection, et cetera, that are in our relevant policies. And it can recommend what agency decisions should be related to those permits, licenses, and authorizations. Another piece of it, Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan was updated in 2023, and this piece was added that wasn't there before, that the JART can also identify affected communities that an applicant has to consult with. So that is kind of a new wrinkle on it all. JARTs, under the rules, DSL may also acquire technical expert services to help analyze any specific subject information where we may lack the specific expertise that we have. So now let's go back to this figure and talk about the public comment opportunities that are built into those processes, as well as where tribal consultations would be expected to happen. So you can see there, I've made the little legend, the purple and red. I'm trying to remember, I think the light purple was, I was a little less certain whether public comment is required or just traditionally done. And I think it was just not clear depending on, like in the case of a local permit, for example, it kind of depends on the nature of the review that is required for that permit. There are like type 1 or type 2 or type 3 type of reviews. But you can see that just about every single one of those processes and permits has a public comment portion to it, as well as tribal consultation for the NEPA, the Army Corps permit, and we offer it as well with our federal consistency reviews. And then thinking about this idea of where are the existing formal opportunities where an exit could occur, when I think about that with our formal process, I think that a permit is a decision. Do we move forward or do we exit? Do we approve a permit or do we deny it? That there's a binary nature there that in the conversations we've been having so far, I see this phase and this set of permitting decisions as really the strongest, clearest, most formal opportunity for when that decision would be made. And it depends on the decision package that is available and presented at that time. What do we know about the effects? What do we know about the agreements that are in place? What do we know about things that the state would need in terms of adaptive management, accountability, et cetera? And go ahead. Yeah, let's go back there. I see Anne here in the room.
I just had a little quick question about, I don't have tremendous knowledge of how permits work, but through some of the ones that I've been involved with, it seems like there's relationships between some of those, like, before the state does act, one agency does one, they want to see the other one. And so are there relationships between those? I mean, when you're describing them as an exit, are there like 6 different exits, or are those permitting processes kind of tiered and ranked so that when you're talking about a decision package, is that what you're talking about? Can you clarify?
Sure. When I'm talking about decision package, I'm really talking about the whole of the information that the applicant provides about what they want to do and what we know about the effects of that. To your point of how do these processes talk to one another, in Oregon, state agencies are not allowed to take actions that are not compatible with local land use, for example. And so DSL, DEQ, Parks and Rec, and DLCD all require what's called a land use compatibility statement before we can issue a permit. And so that, because of our land use system, we have that in place. And so anything that does have that local shoreside component to it would need to have obtained any necessary local authorizations before it can move forward. Also, like the Army Corps can't put out their permit without the water quality certification from DEQ. Under the DEQ process and the DSL process, there is a consultation that occurs with ODFW to provide technical guidance on consistency with like beneficial use requirements under the water quality certification, or effects to habitat under the habitat mitigation policy that we have here in the state. And so you don't see an ODFW permit here, for instance, but we do have policies in the state for which ODFW is our leading technical resource and technical expert on whether the action is consistent or not. And so in the federal consistency realm, we look to ODFW for guidance on whether an action is consistent with the wildlife policy or the habitat mitigation policy, even though there isn't a habitat mitigation permit per se. So there's kind of a hidden layer in there of the ways in which the agencies do work together and consult with one another. Thank you for that clarification.
And so Jeff, similar, like if I'm looking at these 6 stars, like none of the agencies are going to surprise each other. But there may be instances where like ODFW might advise, DLCD on something, but ultimately it's DLCD's decision.
Correct. Right? Yeah. And another practical thing that happens often is in-water work windows for things that are happening in estuaries, for example, that ODFW has guidelines related to in-water work, but DSL has the authority to issue the permit for removal fill that actually specifies when the work can occur. And it is very, very, very rare, if unheard, that DSL, using its authority, would not follow the guidance from ODFW following consultation. So let's go back to this diagram. And you see it has a lot more yellow arrows. And it kind of relates to something that Julia mentioned earlier, which is what are those maybe less formal opportunities that are happening before you get to that formal arrow at the very end? And this is something that we've been talking about with the state agency partners when we've been starting to have this discussion of, well, what do we see as potential improvements to the overall process? And it relates also to some of the conditions that were in the federal consistency review of the BOEM leasing. We had some conditions in there where we required BOEM to require the lessee to involve the state when they are going to conduct any survey activities and to give the state the opportunity to review those. And the reason for that is that if we know that 5 years from now, we're going to be doing a federal consistency review that requires certain information, we want to make sure that the applicant knows that far enough in advance to actually get us the rock that we're looking for so that they're not surprised down the road. And the best way to do that is to be coordinating early on the process outside of what might be formally required otherwise. And so you can see when you look at these extra arrows, one thing that BOEM has required as one of their lease stipulations is that within 6 months of a lease, the lessee has to submit an agency communications plan that describes the ways in which there are going to be information exchanges and processes. And we kind of put a thumb on that with some of our conditions to say it's got to include some of these things for us. And another one was like, we want to have access to the data that is being produced. And we would protect it under the same proprietary information laws that would bind us, the same as it would bind anybody else, but that we wanted the opportunity to be kind of an independent reviewer inside the state of information if we felt it was necessary. That state participation in sampling plan reviews, that came out of one of our conditions and just, to my mind, seems like a good idea. And then you have this kind of open period when site assessment and surveys are being done. I think this is that same time period that Julia was talking about, where we have an opportunity to all be working together in some fashion to be thinking about how we're going to manage uncertainty. Is there information specifically that we can be collecting in this time? Are there monitoring plans that we can develop together? And really getting to that question of what will the application need to answer? What will those critical information needs be so you don't get into an endless string of extending the review? And in addition, if you have this JART that can bring in multiple voices and be looking at projects together, you have the opportunity to convene that earlier in the process and start having people talk early about what the monitoring and adaptive management needs might be. And a whole other wrinkle that's not even here is if we had such a thing as a research collaborative, which is one of the things that we're just starting to percolate in our work group for this roadmap, and that California is pursuing, that the East Coast has as a regional science collaborative, if you had a group who had a table they were convening over these years, is that an opportunity to be starting to look at information needs together and building a consensus about what we know about what the effects might be? And so I wanted to show this as an opportunity to say there are, beyond just the formal parts of the process, there might be other ways in which we can just work together as people informally to be making the formal pieces more efficient. And I think that was all that I had. Oh, that just goes back to our engagement slide from last May that we'll hold that for now. But so how are y'all feeling? Did that?
Yeah, I mean, you got some claps, some amazings. Is that what you all were asking for? Of like, how would this actually work? Is it overwhelming? It's like, okay. I don't think it was I don't know if it was overwhelming, Jeff, but it doesn't seem like it was.
Yeah, this is Rand Feast, Blue Green Alliance. Jeff, thanks for the presentation. It's a lot of processes. So seems like just to clarify, seems like we can go through all these processes, but it still does not mean like a project would be built. Like it seems like still at a certain interval, if you're the developer, you would need a off-taker for that energy or a power purchase agreement before anything gets built. So there is aspects that are not in this slide that have nothing to do with permitting. So I think just to know, like as we're identifying gaps in policies, there might be things that might neatly fit in permitting. There might be things that we come up with that don't fit in permitting. But just to note, like as we do this exercise, or maybe it might live somewhere else. So just want to note like the off-taker component, power purchase agreement component, that's a potential state intervention policy that could have some trade-offs in terms of saying, hey, we could set the table here. Here are some policy gaps that we want to cover. So, I think for me, like I think kind of wrestling with both, like I think the needs that we're hearing here, and then sort of trying to grapple with like the comments from ACP, not to center the needs of ACP or developers. Like, okay, is there a way that we could sort of set the table that makes the permitting process and maybe potentially the off-taking process singular or easy for a developer to access? But could it also be the trade-off here? Could the process be set up in a way where we're not chasing after each and individual agency and their respective process, but maybe there's a singular like table, not to supersede all the permitting processes, but like say, could there be a potential like roundtable or commission or some form that makes it much easier for the public and diverse stakeholders to both track each and every individual permitting process, as well as each potential like gap policy that we try to insert as well. So sort of just throwing that as a potential question, like a case study that I would point to, which I think Nate Stokes would be familiar with, like for the Broadway Corridor project. And this would probably be most, I think, similar to maybe a potential off-taker strategy. So say the state decides, hey, we want to be an off-taker of the energy. We're not going to guarantee that we will off-take the energy, but developers, whether it's from California or an Oregon project or Washington project, we would want to see your proposals. A part of, the proposals is maybe you submit an application fee. You have to be interviewed by a commission or a roundtable of folks. You still have to go through each permitting process, but those fees will go to ensure sort of local community engagement, or will ensure, hey, that we're doing sort of this cumulative impact. Sorry, it's late in the day for me. Impact studies, but like sort of like begin to identify some kind of form of way for the public to be engaged, not feel like we're chasing after every piece of information, and then having that trade-off to make this, accessible for developers. So anyway, sort of tinkering ideas without messing with the permitting process, because I think that's really important to maintain. But I don't know if you have any top level thoughts, but I want to at least share Broadway Corridor example, because that was a way that I think empowered Portlanders to be engaged and interview the developer. It did not replace the permitting processes that they had to go to, but it ensured that you empowered stakeholders who are not elected officials to interview and then create these informal processes. Like some of those stakeholders and their counterparts could engage the developer informally and formally. So anyway, I'm digressing. I could probably do a better job of explaining the example, but.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ranfis. And Jeff, I think you were starting to point to some potential spots for some of that, right? So we have section 5.8, which is like optimizing the permit process. So this described it. And we have section 5.8, and then there's the joint agency review teams, which Jeff was pointing out, BSL has the authority to bring in other folks, but Rampies, I think you were even talking about further upstream, just having the dialogue between developers and broader cross sections of community.
Yeah, well, and I'm thinking about one of the conversations we had in the community benefit and other enforceable agreements work group of the challenge of identifying who the affected communities are, and that thinking about what you're describing now, if you had kind of a regulatory and community table that gets started up at the very beginning to say, we're all here now, let's all take a look at each other right as this thing is beginning and figure out kind of the different streams that are going to be proceeding over the next several years. And we've talked about in our waypoint diagram that at some point you need to have a plan for how those community negotiations and conversations are going to go. If you had a coordinated table to say, this is part of it, because we want to see that in the end in our decision package. So let's acknowledge that in the beginning. That's an interesting idea.
All right, so I saw Rick and then Delia and then Nate. Or did you want to? Were you also going to jump on this concept? Yeah. Can I jump in? Okay.
I just want to reiterate on what there is an example and a living example of how that has happened in the city of Portland, the Broadway corridors. It was 7 years. I was tied into this for 7 years. It started as a steering committee. It was opened up for outreach all over the city of Portland. The community that was originally, it was the Cully neighborhood because they needed to move the United States Post Office, and it went to a neighborhood that was being affected and houses were being removed. So the community got involved, and they were there from the very beginning. And it was hundreds of people that came and interviewed 3 developers that were brought on board by Prosper Portland. At that point, after the interview process, there was a coalition called the Healthy Communities Coalition that was created with stakeholders. Then there was a 2-year steering committee that brought in what the neighborhood was going to look like for 19 acres or 19 blocks in that area. So there's a footprint, there's a roadmap already there, I think, to at least start so you're not bringing on a new idea. So that's just my idea. Why create the wheel if it's already there?
Thanks, Nate.
Jeff, I was thinking about your chart where it identified places for public comment, public input. And I feel like a bit of a broken record bringing up cumulative effects again. But, it's great that the state can substitute what had been in the NEPA process. But I'm thinking, typically under NEPA, it would be in a draft environmental impact statement, the public could comment, what's missing? Is there a possibility for DLCD to release a applicant's cumulative effects analysis and, say, hey, what's missing?
When we begin a federal consistency review, we have a public notice and we post all of the materials on our website. One of the things that we would require of an applicant would be an enforceable policy analysis and assessment where they tell us why they think the project is consistent with those policies. BOEM gave us one called a consistency determination, where they went policy by policy and said, here's why we think leasing is consistent with this policy that protects shorelines or what have you. And so what I would project into the future would be that well, I mean, if you look at the wine storage project that was out here just recently, the applicant prepared for us a whole separate document that they didn't have to provide to the federal agencies, but they gave it to us to show, here's how we think we're consistent with those policies. And it was like 100 pages or something like that. And so if we had information requirements that were over and above what NEPA might require, I would expect to see that as a supplement. And bottom line, we put it all out when it's time for our federal consistency review. We want the public to have access to the same information that we are having as part of our review.
So Jeff, I've got Delia and I'm seeing Cynthia online. We're at just about at 3. Is there any other key feedback you need from here? Any other kind of key next steps?
You know, I came into this feeling like I feel pretty good about the idea that there are some formal exits in here. And I wonder if others would agree after having seen how this works and having heard the conversations dating back to February and before about the state's ability to require the information that we need, that, you know, if we don't have it, that we have an opportunity at this phase. And then thinking back to last November when we were in this room and talking about what we need to know when. You know, we want to know certain things before leasing happens because we don't want to go too far down the road. But if you also see that we have a pretty strong lever at this point in the process, does that help at all when I've been saying, you know, well, the state could say yes to a lease and still reserve the right to say no to the construction operations plan later. I guess I'm just curious how people are feeling about that these days, and you know, how we put that in the roadmap of what we actually like absolutely need to have answered before leasing versus what can wait for the permit.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to our queue here, but you might take those Post-its in front of you or on chat. You know, if Jeff, what was it, stars? Jeff's yellow stars, in essence, are exit ramps. It's a place where the state can issue authorizations or deny them, or pause for another 6 months, for another 2 years, whatever, to get that additional information. And so that, you know, is there anything more than that that's needed? If not, is it adequate? So you might start thinking on that, because what we want to do with exit ramps may tie into those. So do that.
Well, now I have 2 comments. So on your question about exit ramps, I think I'm waiting to see the September draft a little more fleshed out for a little context on what you have in mind for that. And I'll have a response after that, I think. Before that, my comment was a follow-on to what Ramses and Nate were talking about. And it made me think about the roadmap from the state of Maine, which I think had some prescribed, I don't know if they called them working groups, but there was 4 or 5 different threads that stemmed from the roadmap and had ongoing coordination with interest groups. And I wonder if that's been considered, if it's in here and I just didn't see it, or if it's something that might be of interest.
Yeah, wow. You know, when we were first designing this roadmap process, I had this idea that the work groups that we would make would kind of follow the example of the technical work groups in New York, and that those might then carry on after the roadmap is done. I think that got just overcome by how this process has unfolded. But that idea of, should there be kind of area specific interest groups that carry on, is an interesting one. I wonder if this just beginning conversation around a research collaborative might also potentially satisfy that idea of a durable group that is getting together to talk about what we need to know.
Cynthia, did you want to jump in?
Sure. This goes back to what Ramses and I think it was Nate was talking about. And I don't know if there's anybody in the room from DEQ or online, so I'm just going to speak on the little bit that I know. Delia might have a little bit more information on this, but I was speaking with Valerie Thompson with DEQ, and she had this suggestion that we establish something, and I think the chart probably represents this, but if you're reviewing a hydroelectric project, there's a hydroelectric application review team that involves multiple agencies looking at a hydro project and establishing something like that for offshore wind. What is interesting, though, the Oregon Administrative Rule that dictates this review team states it is not applicable to ocean project if in the territorial sea or if it's in an estuary. So this could be a gap where maybe we that could be slightly changed or create something similar for offshore wind application review team. It sounds like it has it's a pretty good extensive application review project or sorry, team process. Lots of words there. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to mention for that.
Great, thank you. I am gonna move our break to now. I mean, that was good stuff, Jeff. Thank you for pulling that all together. So the ask on this one is if there is feedback on the slides, which again we'll post and then get a follow-up note out soon, please email that to Jeff. So let's go ahead and take our full 15 minutes, which means be back here at 3:20, knowing you're actually going to get back here. Oops. No, sorry, hold on. My math is wrong. Just a second, it's late in the day. Be back here at 3:12, knowing I'm going to get you started at 3:17.
And Bobby, I'll just add that during the break, I'm going to leave up on the screen this next iteration of a diagram. Feel free to browse at it and we'll check in on it when we get back.
That's perfect. Thanks, Jeff. All right. All right, everybody, let's come back together. All right. So as we go into these last two bits, there's two things we're going to do. One is we're just going to get a couple of updates from Jeff on some of the engagement that's been happening. And then Sophia's going to kind of lead us in a closeout exercise around thinking through the plan for the summer and going into the fall. So be thinking about like all of the things we've been talking about today, all the things we've been talking about for the last 6 months. Like, what are some of the key things you really want to make sure continue to happen over the course of the summer, going into next year? So we're kind of closing down the first phase of this and getting ready to start the second phase. So it's a good chance to reflect on the progress we've made as well as what remains to be done. All right. So Jeff, did you want to explain the updated diagram? Do you want to take a break and I'll explain it? What do you want?
Why don't you go ahead, Bobby?
Okay. So the feedback here again would just be any quick feedback on the diagram overall. So in May, what you all told us is try and keep it simpler. Get it into a form that could be turned into a Gantt chart if it needed to. And so that was our effort to do that. The other thing is with the meaningful engagement, good information, regional coordination. Those are kind of three themes that happen at every stage. So it happens before federal siting and planning, it happens before leasing, it happens before construction, it happens before operations and maintenance, it happens before decommissioning. All right. So the words that you see in kind of the teal, and I don't even know what the names of those colors are, the various forms of oceany colors, would be what happens prior to federal siting and planning. All right, and then the icons represent those Section 5 objectives. So you see the supporting community, the supporting economic opportunity, the positioning the workforce, protecting cultural resources, protecting the environment, achieve energy and climate objectives. So go to the next slide for me again, Jeff. And so the words you see around those icons are the things that would need to be in place prior to kind of the consideration around federal siting and planning. And that arrow is, and you're ready to move on to leasing. You're ready to move on to the next stage. So that's another thing that you all told us is like, these are all the things, information, authorizations, checkboxes, whatever, that you need to collect before you're ready to move on to the next stage. So these things don't happen linearly. They don't happen in sequence. It's just the package of things that would need to happen. And the iconography also then lets us throughout the roadmap kind of use those icons to communicate what we're talking about. So you see the whale, we're talking about marine spatial planning, we're talking about endangered species protections, we're talking about benthic habitat, any of that kind of stuff.
One other thing I would add is that there are a couple of items inside the big blue circle.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of the catch-all for things that might be common to multiple of those interest areas, the icons at various stages.
Yeah. So just, and again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just a couple quick feedback. Is this heading in the right direction? Okay, thumbs ups are just fine. And then if you have things for us to think about directionally, that'd be great.
I don't see a title, so I need clarification on what it is. When we look at this slide, is it responsible development? Is it the pathway, the roadmap? What is it?
Yeah, so if you recall, we had kind of the wavy diagram of the waypoints that were the waypoints before each of those main phases that Bobby talked about. This is just a replacement for that wavy diagram that is kind of trying to capture the same idea.
But each phase of this, in essence, would be the infographic that would be the roadmap.
Right. Section 3.
Yeah, so this would be in section 3. And when we go to do public engagement or outreach or simplify things for the legislature, that diagram is going to be the shorthand for the entire document. If we think it gets to that point.
Sorry. Do the 3 threads of engagement and research and the science, do those happen before federal siting and planning, or is this all in that stage of federal siting and planning?
The three kind of pieces of meaningful engagement, good information, regional coordination, all that happens throughout. So there'll be like a yellow bubble that would say leasing. It would still say good information, but instead of a research agenda, it might say research priorities. Any rate, the words haven't changed since you guys all put input on that for quite a bit. But go ahead.
Yeah, and there were comments made in the May draft about like specific waypoints that we still need to incorporate into this concept here. But for something like a research collaborative or a research agenda, it would show up in multiple phases. It's just that it would be one of those ongoing activities. And then if it came to the point of like at the permitting phase, then that stream would need to have resulted in something that is like an answered question, for example. Like we've completed our research agenda. We've answered the questions that we identified there. And so the stream leads us someplace as well.
Natalia, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please say yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I had the same question first initially as Delia. I cannot see who asked that. Yeah, related to what this diagram. But if it's ongoing process, I would add number 4 stream to this diagram. It's actually regulatory framework, because it's also ongoing process, and regulatory framework you can consider offshore wind roadway development. It's happening. Energy strategy, it's happening. DSL, we plan several rulemaking process to update our rules. We update in territorial sea plan different parts. So it's also ongoing, and we don't know even, let's say, roadmap is done, energy strategy is done, but maybe something will come up from that. So it will continue an ongoing process. So I would add number 4 stream here as a regulatory framework, because it's happening in any stage. And it's not necessary just, federal siting and planning as the end point. It would happen anyway. If we decide to go with pilot project, there is a lot regulatory framework and different rules would be need to consider. Yeah, that's my add in here. Thanks.
If I were to draw a Venn diagram to say what portion of the prospect of Oregon's role in wind energy might be, this would only represent a portion of that, because it's completely silent on aspects of participation in the offshore wind industry that don't require permits. We could be building anchor chain. We could become a world-class research institute for impacts of offshore wind. Our roadmap has identified multiple scenarios or alternatives that don't necessarily involve turbines in the water. And this map is only addressing that ultimate slam dunk turbines in the water scenario.
That's fair. We do have a supply chain readiness plan, and port readiness plan as part of this, but you're right that we may decide we don't want to proceed with leasing, but we do want to proceed with that piece. And so there might be kind of an offshoot to a different alternative future that is a different collection of these. We can play with that idea.
Yeah, you're right that this doesn't reflect those alternative futures. Okay. All right. Jeff, you want to give us some updates? I heard generally, at least from Emily's standpoint, who's the graphic designer, continue forth with this overall concept with some of this input. Gives us something more to work with come fall.
Sure. So yeah, I have a little bit of time here. I want to talk you through what's on my docket for the summer, both related to continuing the work that we're doing here and developing the roadmap draft. And then we also have kind of in parallel to this roundtable process, some additional community engagement work that we've contracted and are engaging in through the summer and into the fall. So some things I want to highlight. Last night in North Bend, we had a community meeting. We had about 55 people in attendance. And the purpose of that meeting was to have an opportunity for the public to catch up to what we've all been talking about, and then to make their mark on our process, just being a little bit more accessible invite. It was an evening meeting, and it was the third of those meetings that we had here in the spring. We had the meeting in Seaside in April, the meeting in Brookings in May, and then North Bend last night. I'm going to cap it off with a virtual version of the same meeting. We're targeting July 9th, again, an evening meeting. And that would be the same program, same run of show that we've done over the last 3 meetings, and just be a more open opportunity there. I can't remember if it's on our website already, but if not, it will be tomorrow or Monday at the latest. But I just wanted to elevate that and ask you all to help me get the word out through your various networks. And we'll be reaching out in our ways, but it helps. Any little bit to get the word out would be helpful. I also wanted to let you know, I've been having conversations related to fishing community input into this process. I know that we have representatives of our roundtable who are representing fishing interests, but also recognizing that we should be trying to reach a little more broadly if we can. And a few things have been going on there. A couple of weeks ago, the National Academy of Sciences has been undertaking an effort that was commissioned by Congress, I think, to be looking at effects to fisheries and shipping from offshore wind. And they invited Andy and I to come speak from the roadmap perspective, as well as just Oregon policies. And so gave the rundown of kind of how we're thinking about it and how we're trying to approach fisheries. Out of that conversation, somebody from the American Sport Fishing Association was also in the meeting and reflected that they hadn't really gotten any outreach during the BOEM process or our process yet. So I took the opportunity to connect with him, and we spoke and got some input there that's building. That same afternoon, I went and spoke with the Oregon Trawl Commission and gave the first of what I hope to be a number of presentations and conversations with the different commodity commissions that we have in Oregon that represent the different fisheries, trying to daylight that this roadmap is happening and that it is an opportunity to let us know what the priority policies might be, what kind of mitigation ideas and actions are desirable versus not. And I have some specific questions that I'm asking in these groups that are trying to help me get at what we can put in the roadmap related to actions, policies, et cetera. I'm hoping to get to all of the commodity commissions through the summer and fall, kind of depending on the timing of when we can get people in that. Also, last Friday, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council had their meeting down in California, and I took the opportunity to make a public comment there inviting anyone who was in attendance that we're going to be hosting another virtual meeting, a pair of them, on July 10th. So the day after the evening virtual public meeting, just kind of general community, I'm going to have a meeting at noon and a meeting at 5:30 that's just kind of an open door to say, if there are members of fishing communities who want to come and speak to me about offshore wind and the roadmap, I have the same presentation that I gave to the Trawl Commission that I would give there, and open that up as well. So really trying to reach as many as I can, and then from that, let that feed into the September draft that I'll be bringing back to the roundtable here. I also recognize that we have work groups that still have work to do, and I want to keep running through the summer. And I recognize that might be hard for people here to accommodate. I'm going to do my best. But we have the Research Agenda and Coordination Working Group and the Community, I'm just calling it Community Enforceable Agreements Working Group. We had a Community Agreements Work Group meeting a couple of weeks ago where we brought in a panel of experts to help us talk through what some experiences have been elsewhere and some lessons learned at the federal level and in other states. From that, I've compiled a draft list of tenets that I want to bring to our next meeting and talk through how that might then feed into that section of our roadmap and what kind of recommendations can build out of that. On the research agenda side, speaking with Karina, who had to leave, she's still working with the Ocean Policy Advisory Council's Scientific Technical Advisory Committee to develop a first cut at a research agenda specific to Oregon. And her original plan was to have that ready sometime in the mid to late summer so that I could be bringing that to the roundtable for us to have our opportunity to review what her group of scientists and experts have put together and let them know if we see anything particularly missing. And the idea would be that those efforts would converge and that the research agenda that is being recommended to OPAC could find a home in our roadmap as here's where we start. I'm also tomorrow going to be having a conversation with someone in California who is spearheading the development. They're calling it monitoring guidance, but it's basically the same thing. What are California's information needs to support their offshore wind development? And trying to make a connection there to say, hey, let's be working together on our respective lists and getting that connection. She's also involved in California's effort to build a research collaborative, and they're working on the governance structure of that right now, of who would participate and how and what would its purpose be. And so I'm really interested to talk with her about how that's going and see if I can get her to come to our next work group meeting so that we can learn from what they're doing and maybe be coordinated on that. So those are some summer conversations that I'd like us to continue having. And I'm just trying to get the pieces arranged so that I can start scheduling those meetings. We also have talked at various times. Back in February, we had the sticky note exercise where I asked you to let us know, like, what are the conversations you've been waiting to have? What's information you've been waiting to be brought into this process? And I've been working with Sarah Sweat from Sea Grant, who's back of the room. Hi, Sarah. She has a couple of slides she's going to talk to us about in a minute. She's helping me put together a series of brown bags, lunch and learns, where they would just be hour long during the noon hour throughout the summer, opportunities for us as a roundtable and also members of the public who want to tune in to have just some information about single serving topics. Examples might be the upwelling conversation for one, or transmission work that's been done at the national lab level, or energy economics and coastal resiliency. We're playing with those ideas, and Sarah's going to talk to you about how that's shaping up. And then moving over into the community engagement work that we're doing separately, we have contracted with a group that is undertaking two different efforts to try to reach into coastal communities and help inform our roadmap process from the perspective of people who maybe don't have the ability to come to these meetings that we're all doing together. The two main pieces are roundtables with community-based organizations up and down the coast. There was one conducted a few weeks ago with community-based organizations that focus on the Coos Curry area. And the intent of those has been to ask, what are the community needs that you see here that might be affected by a development occurring on the coast? And keeping it kind of general, we're not asking for them to have an expert knowledge of offshore wind specifically, but just focusing on what are those community needs, and also asking for what their experiences have been in the past when there have been these proposals for new development to come to town. What's worked, what hasn't, where are areas that have fallen short in the past, so that we can learn from what's come before. We're also arranging some other focus groups, and we're right now, I think later this week, going to have a conversation about who should be brought into these focus groups, whether we have them be kind of, I'll say, population based. So we've talked about like bringing in youth voices, or bringing in other underserved communities into this process, or having some more interest specific focus groups like with the ports along the coast, or maybe with other coastal energy utilities or others that are related to kind of the coastally focused energy piece. So we're still trying to figure that out, but trying to get some more focused conversations with groups that are not as represented here, so that we can just be getting more and more in. As I mentioned, we're doing this fishing community outreach. I don't know yet if it's going to happen. I'm playing with the idea. We're starting with this virtual meeting and the commodity commissions. I'm trying to get on the agenda with the Marine Planning Committee of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council for, I'm hoping, like August, to elevate our conversation into that group as well, since they reach a number of different fishing groups through the region, not just the state. And then, I don't know if I can do it, but maybe like the tour of marine chandleries along the coast, and like just inviting people to come and talk, if I can find the capacity to hit the road again. We're also continuing discussions of our tribal table that is having conversations in parallel to the roadmap. We had some conversations in May with the federally recognized tribes of Oregon. You all saw a 45-page 10-pager in May. At the same time, I created a 25-pager that is just focused on tribal interest areas that really came from the informal working group and the considerations document for the roadmap, if you remember that preceded the work we're doing here, and then has expanded based on the conversations we've had, trying to kind of match the format of the roadmap, but with those specific interests in mind. And my hope, and I think we're narrowing in on a plan to have those conversations be ready to fold into the September draft that comes to everyone. So that's where we would converge those conversations. And then for me, the summer plan, research and writing the next roadmap draft based on the feedback that you all have provided, recognizing that the draft I gave you had holes in it that need work to be done. And that's just going to be nose to the grindstone for me. A little deeper on the community engagement, we did contract with Consor to assist with the community engagement work. They helped us put together the community meetings that we had in the spring, and they're also helping us with the community-based organization and the focus groups. There's another activity where they're helping us identify where there might be some one-on-one opportunities for DLCD to do some outreach to events or groups along the coast, thinking like Rotary clubs, or if there are places we could go table, or if there could be invited conversations to have some, directed outreach opportunities through the summer and into the fall to, again, raise awareness of what the roadmap is doing and to collect any feedback we can to just build out our process. Great. And then, the last couple of things I want to mention. We are working on a story map within DLCD. We have an early draft right now that we're still working on behind the scenes that we'd like to be able to put on our website as an approachable place to land. If you're just a member of the public who's learned about the roadmap and wants to come in and see what it's all about. And then out of that, we developed an online survey that we've been handing out at our public meetings. It's fairly short. It's like 6 or 7 questions, asking some of the same questions that we've been asking you here in the roundtable about effects of concern, policy priorities, information that you feel like you need to know before the state is ready to make a decision, those kinds of things. And so I'm hoping that that can be a combined offering for the public. And I would like to ask if I could have any volunteers to help us take a look at the story map draft before we would go public with it. I just want to make sure that we are responsive to the feedback we received about community engagement, that you all want to help us and we could use the help.
Jeff, so did you want volunteers now for that?
Sure. If people want to put your names out, then when we're ready to share it, we'll pass it along.
So Julia and Ashley, Brody, Rick, anybody online? So when do you think that
I was
ask
going to
would
say, I
come?
don't see anybody. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. When would that ask come to take a look at the?
Oh, if I can get it together, it'd be in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Bobby, I'm going to ask just for a few more minutes to give Sarah some time to talk to us about the brown bags. We'll move on. So Sarah, please come forward.
That's the camera, by the way. Here's your mic.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for giving me a little bit of time. This will be very quick. My name's Sarah Sweat. I see a lot of familiar faces. It's been a while since I've been to one of these meetings in person, but I work for Oregon Sea Grant. We're based out of Oregon State University. Karina Nielsen, our directors on the roundtable, you guys should all know her. She was here earlier this morning. We're a cooperative agreement between NOAA and Oregon State University. And I specifically work on marine renewable energy and communities, so offshore wind and wave energy engagement. And we've been trying to figure out how we can support this process. You know, a lot has changed in the past year. We've been trying to get some programs up and running, finally got a little momentum and a better vision going forward. So I just have a couple quick updates. Can you go to the next slide, please? So these are 2 upcoming webinars we have planned this summer. I realized, Jeff, I sent you an email link if you're on the Zoom. I don't know if you could drop that in the chat. No worries if not, but that QR code would bring you to our webinar webpage with the registration links. It'll be in the slides. And then you can also click on that and it'll bring you to our webpage. But these will be helpful for extra learning. We know you guys have a lot of questions about research specifically. So one thing I'm trying to do is highlight some of the research that is ongoing at Oregon State focused on marine renewable energy. So this first one on July 9th, it is going to be more focused on wave energy and the PAC wave test facility. But it's going to go over all of the different benthic monitoring methods that are being used to assess the ecosystem at PAC-WAVE. And there are a lot of similarities between the surveying that would happen in offshore wind lease areas. So that would be helpful for some extra context. And then August 20th, I know that everyone has a lot of questions about marine mammals and seabirds, specifically impacts. This research is almost taking a step back from the impacts. Our Marine Mammal Institute at OSU have been doing this project called the Mosaic Project, where they've been collecting baseline information about which species are present off the coast of Oregon and Northern California, and trying to assess hotspots and seasonal patterns of when species
are present in areas near and around offshore wind lease areas. And so this is the type of baseline data that would help inform future management decisions, the type of processes we were just talking about in Jeff's overview. So these are two great learning opportunities for the roundtable. I hope you guys can join us. And then to the lunch and learns or the brown bag learnings, we wanted to throw this up here. Jeff did a good job of kind of explaining what we were thinking. And we've selected Thursdays at noon as the time that we're going to go with. These dates, especially at the beginning of July, may be a little bit ambitious, but we wanted to put this on your radar so you can make note of these. And we will also record the presentations so you guys can have them as a resource asynchronously. But these were the 5, 6 high priority topics that Jeff and I identified through the different activities that you guys have been doing at these meetings that we're going to try to have topic experts come in for these lunch and learns to be able to give kind of just a short informal presentation about their experience and then be able to talk with you guys and answer some questions. And yeah, I see Dawn in the chat. Dawn Barlow is on the roundtable and she's one of the researchers who will be presenting in our webinar over the summer. So definitely come attend if you can. It's going to be really great to hear about that project. But yeah, so we are putting this information up and then, as soon as this meeting's over, I'm going to start trying to organize these lunch and learns for you guys, and we will send you the information as soon as they're scheduled. Again, no pressure. Summer is a busy time. We're going to have these recorded, but we did want to pick a time to schedule them to encourage participation and not just asynchronous giving you extra homework. We want you to be able to come and chat and ask questions in kind of a casual setting. And again, Sea Grant, why I'm doing this, we're non-advocacy organization focused on science-based information. So I really want to help support you guys and try to answer some of the big questions that have been coming up. And if anyone has any questions or initial reactions, kind of just taking the tone, take a look at the other topics. Again, this list is flexible and we can bring in other topics. You can reach out to me on the side if you have something you'd like to ask more privately. But yeah, that's kind of my spiel for today.
Thanks. I guess my question is, since the roundtable meetings in general have been open to the public, would the summer lunch and learns be open to the public as well?
Yes, that's a great question. They will be, since this is a public process. We want to make sure we're as inclusive as possible, but the intended audience really is you guys. So we'll prioritize your participation in the lunch and learns, but we'll have them open, and I'll probably put together a web page where I can have all of the recordings in one place so you guys will be able to access.
I'd be very interested in the topic local energy economics and utilities. I would like to know how, let's say, Lincoln County PUD or Coos County PUD fits into the whole picture of BPA distribution and at what price they're buying the energy. And if there's a quota of which, if they go over that amount, whether they then have to go out into the open market. I would just like to know exactly where the coastal communities stand in terms of the whole distribution system. the way I understand it, and I may be wrong, there's a tier 1, tier 2, which the PUDs have a certain amount that they have a quota on. If they go above that, then they have to go out in the open market. And that'd be very crucial for coastal communities to understand.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. That's kind of what we had in mind and even some of these learnings could, again, almost take a step back from specific offshore wind effects and just understanding our local energy environment. How do the utilities feel about new energy sources? What are their needs? And then we can kind of see how that fits in and fits into this process. And the dates, these were the dates that I first pulled for the summer. If this is going well, we can extend it to the fall. We can, when the roadmap meetings resume, mix in a lunch and learn every month or so if this is something that you guys like. And yeah, the webinar series 2, my goal is to add on more webinars. Those are going to be an hour and a half. Those are a little bit more of a formal presentation. The lunch and learns are intended to be more of a casual open space for conversation. Yeah, does anyone else have a question, comment online?
There's a ton of updates. Do folks have questions?
Yeah. Does anyone have broad questions about updates, summer activities in the room, on Zoom?
You thought you were going to get the summer off, but
Yeah, you guys have some homework.
Bobby, I will just mention this is regarding the storybook review that John Bragg has also volunteered to be on that review committee. If you just want to take note of that.
Great, thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, and Jeff, as I'm just absorbing all of this, I also want to be protective of your time for the next 2 months too. So I think just as we're asking of a lot of stuff of Jeff of like, come talk to me, you should talk to these folks, you should engage this, you should do that too, is we also need Jeff to write us a roadmap in the next couple of months. Well, hopefully that's okay to protect your time just a little bit. All right. Sophia, why don't we hand it to you to kind of close us out?
Thank you, Bobby. And so before we move to the what is next, we would like to invite all of you into a moment of reflection and also a connection. Since we first gathered here as Roundtable members back in November, I think we have had at least 7, and this is our 8th meeting as Roundtable members, and we have done a lot of good work. So yeah, I just want to, like when we start, we were just these Roundtable members, and I think we have seen over time that you have grown into a group of more than that, right? Collaborators, now we are colleagues, and we hope that even friends, right? Because together in the last 6-7 months, we have been shaping what we have as the new concept of the roadmap. We have been providing feedback. We have been sharing our concerns. We have been sharing knowledge, expertise. We have even think about those possible future scenarios and alternatives, right? So we have done a lot of very meaningful work. So summer, as Bobby and Jeb already told us, will be a pause for these hybrid meetings. And then we will be back as a roundtable members in the fall to continue building up the work that we have doing so far. But for now, I think we would like to take this moment to reflect on the good work that all of you have done, and also on what you each can carry on forward, right? So we are going to split into small groups, probably of 3 people. And then you have here the sticky notes on Zoom. What? On Zoom, we are going to break out into small breakouts. If Cynthia or somebody else on Zoom can help me doing that. Awesome. Thank you so much. And then, so we're going to talk about, and I think I have one of a slide with 3 questions that maybe can be helpful as well for all of you to have the conversation. And this will be unmoderated conversation. So it's just you as roundtable members reflecting on all that you have done in the last 7 months or 8, since November. And then, yeah, those are the questions. What's one thing you're proud or grateful for from our roundtable work so far? What's a conversation we still need to have this summer, besides all the things that we already have shared as updates and all the things that Jeff have listed that he will be focusing on? And what are you're personally committed to doing this summer to support the roadmap? And what do you want to bring back in the fall? Like as a roundtable members to continue doing the work back in September. So before we come back as a group, just choose in your conversation 1 or 2 takeaways, or you can write those down. And then we can share that as a group. I don't know, something else, Bobby, that I forgot? No? Yep. Any questions before we move into the smaller groups? That's a good question. That was the next thing that I was going to say. We will share for the next 20 minutes, having that conversation of the things that we have done and writing those down. And then we will come back as a group to just share that as a whole. Any other questions? Yes, sure.
Sorry.
The questions back in the slide that with those 3 questions. All right. So here we have 3. Maybe we can split this group into 2 and then join somebody else from that other table. And you are the 3. Yeah. And then you have the sticky notes on the table as well. So just take this moment to have that conversation. Yeah. Any other questions? Somebody questions on Zoom?
I was just
or comments?
wondering if you wanted us to open the breakout rooms.
Yes, please.
All right, folks on breakouts, we're going to go ahead and send you off. Let Sophia check in with these guys.
Okay, I think we are ready to regroup as a whole group and share. Are you ready? Ready? Can we bring back people from the breakouts? 60 seconds. Okay, 60 seconds. Thank you. Yes, those are my meeting notes.
Yeah. And because the questions are a little different.
Are they back? Yeah. Yes, perfect. So we are ready to regroup as a whole group and share with the rest of the people. So I would like to invite people on Zoom, if somebody over there would like to share one or two takeaways, either individual or as a group. Cynthia, do we have someone over Zoom that would like to share one of two things that they would like to bring back in the fall for us to continue working as a roundtable? Can we
Well,
invite somebody else?
well, I could just, I was taking notes a little bit. If that, so to bring back into the fall to keep the momentum going, is that the question that we were?
Any question,
Anything.
Yeah, anything.
Well, we were very specific on just tribal and just scenic resources. So we had, we stayed within those boundaries. I think Dean had a great suggestion, and I want to share it here before it's lost. That it would be nice if we had, or I think there's still the potential to set up an outreach with the tourism along the coast, kind of stationed at scenic viewpoints, and to get their input on the view, the scenic resources there. He had indicated he'd be willing to help. That's Dean. And then also along those lines is the lunch and learns. It'd be great if there was one of the main topics, I think it was just an alternate topic, but to have the scenic resources and view sheds maybe be one of the lunch and learn topics to kind of elevate that. in there because it is one of the most impactful, things that a lot of people can gravitate to. And then on the tribal, Andrea was in our group, and that she has been to a lot of overlapping meetings. So she's looking at it from the tribal perspective, but I think she's generally ready to see the draft. And that the tribal document, Jeff, covers a lot of it, and that was good. And then she had a curiosity about the exit ramps. Where will there be any? What will they be, and how will they be applied?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cynthia, for sharing that. Someone here in the room would like to share? What, someone from this table? Thank you, Lisa.
Well, I'll focus on the first one because I got to hear everybody talk. And I would say that as the coastal management program, my heart was warmed by what I heard at this table. And I just want to say that Jeff has led an effort that has created a process where people across the spectrum have felt heard and listened to, respected. It has set the tone for these meetings to be respectful and to be able to be comfortable to say things that might not be in line with what everybody else is thinking, and to know that you are not going to get heckled and jeered at. And I think that's really important. And that Delia pointed out, Royal took the hard path to implement 4080. There were other ways we could have done this that didn't require the level of community engagement and stakeholder engagement that this process has done. And it's because Jeff wanted this to be robust and meaningful and to be something that he could be proud of. And that I am verklempt. I'm feeling a little verklempt right now. But anyway, I just was sitting here listening to everybody. I'm like, wow, these are hard conversations. And I'm not sure everyone would have said this all on November 2024. So this is really, it's wonderful to be sitting in here and hearing all this. So anyway, Jeff.
That was very great. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, of course. But that was super nice to hear as well. So thank you for that. What about someone from this table?
Go ahead. I feel a huge urge to build on that. So literally the first thing we said about things we were proud of was Jeff. And Bobby, your facilitation is amazing. And connected to everything that she just said, part of what we were also proud of was these things kind of built on each other. We were proud of both how much information we've been able to distill and everything we've learned together. The collective knowledge base has increased so much in this space. But there's something that that was mentioned at the community meeting last night about the relationships. We've actually built really amazing relationships here. And again, I think because of the facilitation and the structure you've created and your leadership, Jeff, we really have the space that has been created and the knowledge has been shared and what we're learning together collectively is a really impressive outcome. And I agree with you, it was not a foregone conclusion that this state was going to have this kind of process. So, and that's a product of your efforts. So yeah, I mean, on the conversations we need to have, shifting to the difficult conversations part, this was brought up, and I think there's a really real tension that is hard for us to grapple with in this space of, ballot measures that were passed where the community has said, we don't want this, and yet here we are being like, let's have a conversation about it. And it just feels like the right hand isn't talking to the left hand, like things aren't being acknowledged. And even though we feel like in this space, we've created a respectful environment where we can have these difficult conversations, that's not necessarily translating into like the broader world. And like, how do we try to tackle that? And like, I don't know that the roadmap fully can tackle that, but it's like, we're trying to make sure we're operating within that difficult reality. And then there was also, it was mentioned that there was a need to have more of an integration of the tribal values and input in this roundtable space, to have it just be a little bit more integrated. So I hope, did I characterize that correctly? Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Julia. Somebody from here? Nate, Mike, you want to share? What do you have?
Well, I just want to reiterate what the last two groups have said about Jeff and Bobby and the whole crew. The first time I met y'all was at a outreach or your public way back, and I was thinking to myself, what in the heck is going to go on here? So, and I've been on lots of steering committees for projects in the Portland metro area, and I will say that this one is probably the most well ran that I've ever been involved with, and I'm very proud of the collaboration that all of us have. I felt like all of us have here, and listening to each other in a very, I feel like a safe space. So, and yeah, that's what I have. So, Mike.
Well, just as a manifestation of the fact that this has brought a diverse group of people together, I've worked in Coos Bay my entire adult and professional life, and it's only by virtue of this meeting that I met two guys from Coos Bay that I never ran into in any other professional context. It turns out I worked with Nate's granddad, and so it kind of makes me proud that I live in Oregon, and that Oregon has a process, and that I can be a big fish in the small pond that is Oregon.
Thank you, Mike. We'd like to hear that from roundtable members, now your friends, colleagues, and collaborators. That's something nice to hear. What about this table? Sure. Hedrick. Thank you.
As far as things to be proud of, we all, and we were pleased about is just the ability of this group to bring together lots of diverse opinions and voices and have a civil, productive discussion. I think we all thought that was really helpful. And I shared personally, early in the BOEM process, I spoke at a poet conference and shared the tribe's concerns, and somebody raised their hand and said, well, what would you have, how would the process work to satisfy the tribe? And I described something very similar to this, except it should have happened before BOEM showed up. But, maybe this, the executive orders and everything really allows us to be positioned that way. So, this is really what needs to happen to bring communities together. As far as what needs to happen over the summer and what we're going to bring into the fall, we all shared that we need to talk to, our various groups that we represent. I shared, Jeff, that one of the things I want to try to do is get more tribal engagement so that you're not blindsided at the last minute by, somebody that or a tribe that may be concerned. And I may talk to you about trying to help facilitate that. What else did we say? Oh, we kind of wondered, is there any more work group meetings that need to happen? We talked about the community benefits discussion. Is there a need to wrap that up over the summer or any of the other work groups? Did I miss anything?
I just want to say I didn't know heckling Jeff was an option. So missed opportunity, but No, I just want to echo what everyone's so far said. That I think you did a pretty good job, as well as Bobby and Sophia, of just helping us come together and not tugging at each other, but really talking to each other and just genuinely listening to each other. So appreciations.
And Rick, just to your question, yes, the work groups, I would like to have more from Research Agenda and Community Benefits in the summer. So yeah.
Thank you all here and on Zoom for doing this exercise, reflecting on all the good work that you have done since November. And now,
Sophie?
Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
I just didn't know if there was anybody else online because there were several groups. And I was only with 3, so I didn't know if anybody else wanted to speak up. I wanted to give them an opportunity.
Perfect. Yes, sure. Somebody else online, if they want to share something else of that, Scott?
Yeah, I could speak up for.
Go ahead.
Our group was subsumed into another group, but between us, I don't think we followed the instructions very well. We didn't talk about how great Bobby and Jeff are, but I think we all agree with that. But we did mention the fact that the offshore wind was not in the state's energy policy, and Katrina kind of pointed out that maybe that energy policy needs to be a more dynamic policy that adjusts and forms to what is more current. David wanted to talk about get to what's doable off Oregon, and is thinking particularly about building structures, offshore structures in the Coos Bay area. I didn't really get a chance to talk, but wanted to just say that I was grateful for the relationships across this spectrum of viewpoints that were here. So thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Somebody else online that would like to share? Here in the room? Yeah.
If I can just say something to you all, I want to say thank you for the time and the thought that you've given to this process and helping us build a future together. The way you're all talking, it sounds like you think you're done, but really this is just the end of the beginning, that we have a whole nother phase of conversations to come. When we have something a little more fleshed out. A lot of this, as Bobby mentioned at the beginning, was the top of the funnel. And now we're going to try to build it into something that we can really get into. So there's more to come. And I want to also just acknowledge that there are some important parts of this conversation. The fishing community conversation is one that we've just begun, and it's going to come around, and it's going to take just as much of our thought and heart trying to figure out how we bring that in, as well as the tribal interest conversation, where that's going to be coming in and integrating in the fall, and we're going to have a much bigger picture to consider. So as complex as it has been already, it's going to get more complex. So
can we do public comment and then a couple more closing thoughts here?
Sure. Okay. Public comment. Cynthia, do you know if there is anyone online that would like to make public comment? And here in the room, I think we don't have. I don't know.
If anybody wants to make a comment online, if you could say something in the chat or raise your hand. So far, I have nothing, but I just wanted to offer that to everybody.
Thank you, Cynthia. And here in the room, I think we don't have anybody else in the public to make any comment. So, you?
And this is not a public comment. Go ahead. Just a comment. I don't think that we were thinking it's over, Jeff, but I just think that you should be really proud of the fact that you just have a group of people that feel like they've built a strong enough relationship to do the really hard stuff that's ahead of us. I think it's like the real work is ahead of us, right? This was kind of like the forming process, which is messy and hard and nonlinear, and you can't really tell that it's happening while it's happening. And here we are. I think I'm really glad this question was asked, because we've actually articulated something that makes it more real now that we've named it. But yeah, no, this is, now we have to take everything we've built together here and lean in and actually do the work, right? So we know it's not over, but this is a really great place to be jumping off from, to be doing that work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Do we have someone online that would like to make a public comment? Nope.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my unmute. No, I don't see anybody.
Thank you, Cynthia. So I think that's it. No, I just want to say thank you. Just express one more time, again, thank you to all of you. I'm speaking for myself, but I think also for Bobby and the OC facilitation team, that it has been very exciting few months just getting to work with all of you as a group. Seeing you collaborating, being engaged in those conversations every single meeting, it has been very rewarding for us. So we are just grateful for that opportunity to facilitate the conversation with all of you and to continue supporting the LCD. And thank you to Jeff and the team to trusting us to facilitate this conversation. We are very thankful for that trust as well. So it has been a very good process so far. And as Julia said, it's just the beginning. So we will take a break that will be feeling like a break over summer, like 2 months without not doing these meetings, hybrid meetings, but we will be back in fall to continue these conversations and have a new updated concept of the roadmap to continue refining that content so we can feel proud of the final product that we will have. I would also like to thank the tribes for opening all the doors for us over these months in each one of their spaces. We felt always welcome and they treat us super. So we are super glad for that as well. And Teresa for having us and hosting us today as they hosted us the first meeting. And so just makes sense to come here for the last one as well, the last one for the season, but we will come back in fall. So, and yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate being part of this facilitation team and to being with all of you. Bobby, would you like to add something else?
Just, I'm wondering if we can do one really, really loud cheer just for ourselves and for all the staff, and maybe they can hear us. Would that be okay? Would you guys be okay just yelling and screaming just real fast? So we'll go on the count of 3, just go woohoo, whatever the spirit moves you. And we're just going to do it loud enough so that staff can hear. And we'll wait. Anybody who wants to cheer as loud as they can. Okay, on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for being here today and safe travels and see you soon.